Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning in the only name that you would honor, the name of your darling Son, Jesus Christ. We give you all the glory and all the praise, for you are worthy of all our praise, from the rising of the sun until the going down of the same. Blessed Redeemer, as the assembly come into session, Heavenly Father, we ask that you watch over the men that you have placed in this place and the positions of authority to watch over these beautiful British Virgin Islands, blessed Redeemer. But Lord, what do we do when an imperfect man under the watchful eyes of so many is held to a perfect standard? We turn to a perfect God for direction. We turn to a perfect God for wisdom. So we come asking you this morning, Heavenly Father, to let your presence be known in this place. Lead, guide, and direct, that everything would be done decent and in order, according to your will, blessed Redeemer. Let selfishness go out the door. Let self-preservation go out the door. For there are so many people, Lord, that depends upon the decisions that are being made here today. And Heavenly Father, we know that all things that we want, all the good things that we are looking for, they come from you and only you. So we direct our attention to you. And we say, guide us, lead us, direct us, protect us, Heavenly Father. For we know that you are the great protector. We know that you are the great provider, Heavenly Father. And we will be so careful to do our very best to give you all the praise. For you say, when praises go up, blessings come down. We thank you for continually watching over these beautiful British Virgin Islands. In your Son's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Please be seated. This Honorable House is now in session. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 2, administration of oaths.
Madam Attorney, I invite the clerk to give the oath of office to the acting Attorney General.
I, Joanne Williams Roberts,
Please stand.
I, Joanne Williams Roberts, do solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, her successors according to law. I, Joanne Williams Roberts, do solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that I will well and truly serve Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, and the people of the Virgin Islands in the office of Attorney General.
The acting Attorney General will now take her seat in the well of the House. Members, please be seated. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 3, confirmation of minutes.
Honorable members, is it your wish that the minutes of Wednesday, 22nd September 2021, as circulated, be so confirmed? With no dissenting voice, the minutes of Wednesday, 22nd September 2021 is hereby confirmed. Honorable members, is it your desire that the minutes of the meeting of Tuesday, 11th November 2021, as circulated, be confirmed? With no dissenting voice, the minutes of Tuesday, 11th November 2021 is hereby confirmed. I call again upon the clerk.
Item number 4, announcements by the Speaker.
Good morning and welcome to the first sitting of the fourth session of the Fourth House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands. It's good also to see all members present. I offer to all residents on behalf of myself, members and staff of the House of Assembly, a happy new year filled with love, good health, and peace. We also regret that due to the COVID-19 pandemic and after consultations, we did not this year, out of an abundance of caution and having regards for the current COVID spike in the territory, send out our usual invitations to residents and the public officers to be here in person at the gallery. However, I know many of you have taken the time to tune in to this session via your social media platforms, radio, or television. Today is another important day in the life of the Fourth House of Assembly, as the Honorable Premier and Leader of Government's Business will move a motion for the Chamber to invite His Excellency the Governor to deliver the speech from the throne. The speech from the throne has its history rooted in British parliamentary tradition, whereby the monarchs, in our case the Governor, who represents Her Majesty the Queen, will read a speech prepared by the government of the day, setting out their legislative agenda. The throne speech also represents the official opening of Parliament in many Commonwealth countries or the beginning of a new session. To add a little historical context to our jurisdiction, the first speech from the throne in the Virgin Islands, according to my research, was delivered in 1967 by then Administrator John Thompson. And we do have copies of that speech for any history buff or even honorable members with an interest in obtaining a copy. At the time in 1967, the Chief Minister was then H. Lavity Stout, and the Speaker of the House was Henry O. Cricky, OBE, and the Leader of the Opposition was Dr. Q. W. Osborne, OBE, all of blessed memories. I welcome all who have tuned in, and I now call on the clerk. Yeah, but when you call this, he will do this. Okay, I call on the Honorable Premier to move a motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to be back in this honorable house. Mr. Speaker, we are standing order 11 of the House of Assembly. Standing orders outlines for each sitting the order of business of the House of Assembly, and Mr. Speaker, after consultation with the Leader of Government Business, otherwise directs. Now therefore be it resolved that this honorable House directs that the business of the order of the day as outlined in Standing Order 11 be for the purposes of this first sitting of the fourth session of the Fourth House of Assembly, vary to allow for item 5, not 4, item 5, statements by ministers to be taken immediately after item 8, not 7, on the order of the day. So that's item 5, statements by ministers to be taken immediately after item 8 on the order of the day. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there a second?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, the question before this House is that statements by ministers be taken immediately after item number 8.1, Roman numeral 2 of the order of the day. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is carried. I now call upon the clerk.
Item number 6, presentation of papers.
I call upon the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance to lay his documents on the table.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to lay on the table of this Honorable House the following documents. Roman numeral 1, Statutory Instrument 2021, number 144, a proclamation by His Excellency the Governor under Section 83, subsection 1 of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007 UKSI 2007, number 1678, appointing the time and place at which the first sitting of the fourth session of the Fourth House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands shall be held. Roman numeral 2, Royal Virgin Islands Police Force Annual Report 2019. Roman numeral 3, Royal Virgin Islands Police Force Annual Report 2020. Roman numeral 4, National AML CFT Policy and Strategy Action Plan. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. I now invite the Minister for Health and Social Development to lay his documents on the table.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to lay on the table the following documents. Statutory Instrument 2021, number 137, Public Health, COVID-19 Control Suppression Measures, Order 4, Amendment number 12, Order 2021. Statutory Instrument 2021, number 140, Public Health, COVID-19 Control and Suppression Measures, Order 4, Amendment 13, Order 2021, and Statutory Instrument 2022, number 2, Public Health, COVID-19 Control and Suppression Measures, number 4, Amendment number 14, Order 2022. Thank you.
I thank the Minister. I now call upon the Clerk.
Item number 7, notices of motions given orally.
Upon the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance to give notice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I would seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under items 8, Roman numeral 1 through 5, Roman numeral 5, on the order of the day.
Thank you. I call upon the Deputy Premier and Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture to give notice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I will seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under item 8.1, Roman numeral 6, on the order of the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I call upon the Honorable Minister for Transportation, Works, and Utilities to give notice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I would seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under item 8.1, Roman numeral 7, on the order of the day.
I call upon the Minister for Health and Social Development to give notice.
Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I would seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under item 8.1, Roman numeral 8, on the order of the day.
Thank you. I call upon the Clerk.
Item number 8, public business. 1, government business.
I call upon the Honorable Premier to move a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the following motion that be it resolved that this Honorable House invites His Excellency the Governor to appear and make an address known as the speech from the throne.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Members, the question before this House is that the Governor be invited to make an address entitled Speech from the Throne. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is carried. We'll take a 10-minute recess. This Honorable House is now in recess for 10 minutes. This Honorable House is back in session. Please be seated. Honorable members, the honor is mine to invite His Excellency the Governor to deliver the speech from the throne on behalf of the Honorable Andrew Foy's administration.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, honourable members of the House of Assembly, and everyone viewing online and listening via radio. As Governor of these Virgin Islands, I am grateful to be here today to carry out my constitutional responsibilities on behalf of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II in delivering the speech from the throne. This is my first speech from the throne since my arrival as Governor in January 2021, and I'm keenly aware that this past year has been a demanding one for the Virgin Islands in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, I would respectfully take this opportunity to pledge my continued commitment as Governor to working with the elected government in support of the people of the Virgin Islands at this demanding time. The speech from the throne, a tradition in Commonwealth and overseas territories, signals the opening of a new session of the House of Assembly. It highlights the legislative agenda of the Government of the Virgin Islands in addressing the needs of the public during the upcoming session of the House of Assembly. The theme for the third session of the Fourth House of Assembly, which concluded last year, was driving BVI innovation through legislation. This Honourable House held 13 sittings in 2021, with most sittings extending into several days and at times weeks. The House considered and approved 43 pieces of legislation, reflecting the considerable amount of work done by the legislature in the past year in fulfilling the mandate in the previous speeches from the throne. Legislation passed by this Honourable House in the third session include the Integrity in Public Life Act 2021, the Whistleblower Act 2021, 2 amendments to the Beneficial Ownership Secure Search System Act, the Counter-Terrorism Act 2021, the Criminal Justice International Cooperation Amendment Act 2021, the Contractor General Act 2021, the Virgin Islands Air and Seaports Act 2021, the Virgin Islands Investment Act 2021, the Data Protection Act 2021, the Electronic Transfer of Funds Act 2021, the Cruising and Home Port Permit Act 2021, and the Economic Substance, Companies and Limited Partnership Amendment Act 2021, just to name a few. For the fourth session of the House of Assembly, for the fourth session of the Fourth House of Assembly, which now opens, my government has chosen as its legislative theme, positioning the Virgin Islands through legislation to continue improving the standard of living of our people. The government will invite the legislature to consider bills and amendments to existing legislation towards this end. This theme is aligned with the direction and goals of the elected government's 2022 budget under the theme strategically positioning new industries with sustainability and innovation, continuing to improve the standard of living with focus on education, small business, healthcare and technology. This theme is aligned with the government's strategic vision to transform the Virgin Islands into a leading regional economy through entrepreneurship, innovation, and local and foreign investment, which was enunciated some time ago. One priority of the government of the Virgin Islands has been to strengthen food security, to ensure that food production in these islands will continue to be supported and sustained. Government is setting a mandate to review and modernise existing agricultural and fisheries legislation to establish a harmonised framework for the sectors. During this session, Government will seek to introduce the Virgin Islands Food Security and Sustainability Bill to consolidate and revise most of the agriculture and fisheries legislation. This bill will establish the Virgin Islands Agriculture and Fisheries Authority to provide support in the future development of the agriculture and fisheries industries in the Virgin Islands. Once the Virgin Islands Food Security and Sustainability Bill is enacted, Government will begin consolidating and revising the regulations to support these sectors. This is necessary to develop sustainable agriculture and fisheries to support the needs of the people of the Virgin Islands and further strengthen the tourism sector, supermarkets, restaurants, and the cruise and yachting industries. The Government of the Virgin Islands is also focused on strengthening the education, sports, and cultural sectors. Mr. Speaker, building an education system that caters to all students, regardless of their academic, physical, and mental abilities, is important. During this fourth session, Government will seek adjustments to the Education Act 2004 and its Amendment Act 2014 to ensure that teaching and learning align with the needs of students to become proficient in their overall development. The adjustments will consider the demand for online learning, where schools and classrooms must have in place technology-driven standards. They will also seek to expand and enhance the technical and vocational skills programs to increase the pool of skilled workers and strengthen the entrepreneurial skills of the current and future generations of Virgin Islanders. Important to the Education Act are the discipline policy and revised student code of conduct. The policy has been updated to include a positive behavioural framework and online protocols, emphasising prevention and student support services focused on values, relationships, and skill building. A Virgin Islands referral intervention and individualised educational policy have been created to further strengthen the Education Act by establishing consistent guidelines and procedures for providing school-based special education. The National Scholarship Programme, initiated more than 40 years ago, is one of the avenues through which Government has and continues to support the education and training needs of its people. As such, the National Scholarship Policy is being updated to ensure it is in line with the current and future requirements of the Virgin Islands in the area of education and training. To accompany the National Scholarship Programme, the Government of the Virgin Islands will seek to amend the 49-year-old Scholarship Trust Fund, Cap 118/1972, and the 38-year-old Regulations 1983 to ensure both pieces of legislation reflect our ever-evolving society and world. Educational development also includes recreation and sports. Government will seek to establish the Virgin Islands National Sports Council Act to provide a comprehensive management structure to inform sports and recreation development in the Virgin Islands. The National Sports Policy, which was established in 2014, will be revised and updated to align with the objectives of the National Sports Council and meet the emerging needs of sports development in the Virgin Islands. To further ensure that sports and recreation in the Virgin Islands remain on the competitive edge for the development of athletes, the Recreation Trust Act 1966, Cap 278, which was amended in 2012, will be consolidated with the Recreation Trust regulations produced. Another objective is to modernise the procedures and facilitate standards to meet international requirements. Also important to education is cultural development. The culture policy established in 2013 is being revised to integrate a new focus on developing the creative industries, protecting, restoring, and developing the intangible and tangible cultural heritage of the Virgin Islands, and developing cultural education. In addition, museum collections policies will be developed. This policy will then form the basis for a strategic plan. The Virgin Islands Festival and Fairs Act 2005 will be reviewed and revised in this context. It will seek to bring the emancipation celebrations and other festivals into stronger focus as we showcase the Virgin Islands' culture and heritage and make them sustainable. The preservation of the natural environment of the Virgin Islands through legislation and enforcement is a priority for the government, both on land and sea. Also important to the environment is the publication of policies governing the administration of the marine estate and beaches to provide greater clarity regarding the importance of these resources and the care that will be exercised in decision making. Towards this end, the Marine Estate Administration and Coastal Zone Management Bill and the Environmental Management and Climate Resilience Bill will be introduced to establish the limits of the exclusive economic zone and support the effective administration and management of the coastal resources for the conservation and enhancement of marine resources of the Virgin Islands. Equally, the Marine Estate Administration and Coastal Zone Management Bill and the Environmental Management and Climate Resilience Bill, once passed, will provide the overarching framework to ensure the viability of the natural environment, which we depend on as we increase our resilience to the impacts of climatic events. Ensuring and improving the health and safety of the people of the Virgin Islands is an extremely important policy priority of the Government of the Virgin Islands. Government will seek to amend the BVI Health Services Authority Act number 14 of 2004 to address the operations of the BVI Health Services Authority as it relates to effective governance and management of the authority's mandate. The amendments will place the hospital in a better position to maintain its accreditation status as recognised by an international accreditation body. Government will seek to amend the Social Security Board Act, Cap 226, to bring the legislation in line with international best practice and ensure that the best decisions are taken regarding the benefits to be received by the people of the Virgin Islands. This also includes amendments to the Social Security Amendment Act 2014, National Health Insurance Processes. The Sexual Offences Bill will be introduced to provide a gender-sensitive legal framework relating to a broad range of sexual crimes and provide adequate measures for minimising secondary traumatisation and mentoring and tracking of sex offenders following their release into the community. It will address implementation, monitoring and evaluation arrangements, investigation and prosecution procedures, legal proceedings and evidence, and sentencing, and provide protection, support and assistance to complainants and survivors. The Act will bring the Virgin Islands in line with international best practices for sexual offence legislation by providing comprehensive definitions and prioritising the prevention of gender-based violence. The Children, Care and Adoption Bill will be brought forward in the new session of the House of Assembly to ensure that local legislation is in line with the OECS Model Children, Care and Adoption Bill to modernise and strengthen the laws to aid in the proper care and management of children in the Virgin Islands. The bill will provide a more comprehensive way to address child abuse, neglect, exploitation, and other forms of violence against children. Its express intent is to ensure the safety, welfare, and well-being of the child, and that any decisions taken are made in the best interest of a child. The bill will modernise the laws relating to foster care and adoption procedures and the overall welfare of the child. The Correctional Facilities Act will be brought forward so that it is aligned with the provisions with the Virgin Islands Constitutional Order 2007, while maintaining its original objectives to repeal and replace the Prison Ordinance Cap 166 and modernise the Virgin Islands legal framework with respect to the management and security of prisons and the safe custody and rehabilitation of inmates. The Government of the Virgin Islands will seek to introduce the Non-Profit Organisations Bill to engender a more targeted and risk-based approach to the regulation of NPOs, which would reduce the burden of compliance presently placed on those community groups that are not at high risk for abuse by terrorist organisations. This new approach considers the differing types of NPOs that exist, the environment in which they operate, and the level of risk they are exposed to. This bill will seek to rectify the administrative challenges conferred on the NPO board and the agency by the Act, bring the Act into compliance with the FATF Recommendation 8 by adopting a risk-based approach to the monitoring and supervising of NPOs in the context of the AML-CFT regime, and enable the agency to facilitate training of NPOs before the end of 2022 in understanding of their vulnerabilities and exposure to such risks in readiness for the next round of mutual evaluations. The Plastic Litter Reduction and Container Deposit Bill will be introduced to reduce the use of single-use plastics, promote the use of environmentally friendly alternatives through economic incentives, reduce beverage container litter along roadsides, guts, coastal and marine areas, and on other public or private properties, and to also encourage recycling. Additionally, the Plastic Litter Reduction and Container Deposit Bill will prohibit the importation, manufacture, sale and distribution of food and beverage serviceware made of non-compostable plastic, as well as single-use disposable plastic bags that are non-biodegradable. The bill will also grant exemptions from import duty on all disposable plastic bags and food and beverage serviceware made of biodegradable or other compostable material. It will also establish a recycling fund for the collection and disbursement of the proceeds of a levy on prescribed items. The Waste Management Bill will be brought forward to strengthen the legal framework for sustainable management of household waste, industrial waste, construction and demolition waste, and hazardous waste to protect health and the environment while improving the aesthetics of the Virgin Islands. Government will seek to implement the fats, oils and grease FOG policy to address the direct or indirect discharge of such wastewater or waste discharged into the sewer system. Currently, there are blockages and overflows of the sewer system that result from discharges of fats, oil and grease into the sewer system. This policy prohibits disposal of oils, grease and other harmful matter into the sewerage system. The government has established a next generation 911 emergency call handling centre for the Virgin Islands, which is designed to enable sharing of valuable life-saving emergency response and law enforcement information through smart mobile and fixed communications. A critical element to the full functioning of this centre will be the enactment of supporting legislation. Hence, government will seek to introduce the Emergency Call Handling Bill to increase compatibility with emerging communication trends, enhance the flexibility, reliability, and survivability of the 911 systems during major incidents, improve emergency response for the public and emergency responders, help to ensure the seamless integration of the 911 systems with other public and private safety mechanisms used throughout the Virgin Islands, no harm to the public interest. This would be an invaluable tool in assisting with combating serious crime, and at the same time, it would also help to further strengthen public confidence in the criminal justice system. The criminal rules, similar to the civil procedure rules, will serve a vital role in managing all criminal matters filed with the Supreme Court. The criminal rules will improve upon the Criminal Procedure Code and provide a more detailed framework for the administration of justice in this area. The criminal rules will make provisions for filing dates and deadlines for certain matters, case management procedures, disclosure, adjournments, bail, and service of documents, among other matters. The Magistrates' Code of Procedure Rules will be amended to increase filing and service-related fees. The current schedule of fees, cap 44, of the Magistrates' Code of Procedure is more than 36 years old, with the last amendment to the schedule of fees taking place in 1985. As it stands, the existing rates are not reflective of the cost of living in the Virgin Islands, nor the increased operational cost associated with a magistracy of a higher level of functioning than in previous years. The review of the Jury Act, cap 36, seeks to examine the powers of judges as it relates to jury trials. The review will explore the question as to whether a judge can hear some trials without a jury to allow the expediency of justice in the Virgin Islands. The review will also be conducted to streamline and enhance juror selection and establish juries register for the Virgin Islands. The Liquor Licensing Act, cap 106, was enacted on 11th May 1964 and governs the sale or manufacture of intoxicating liquor in the Virgin Islands, whether by wholesale or retail. Legislation will be brought forward to modernise the legal framework with respect to the sale, supply, and consumption of liquor. The Public Service Management Code, which will replace the General Orders 1982, will be introduced to provide the terms and conditions for officers and employees employed in the public service. The Flexible Working Arrangements Bill, supported by policy, will outline the criteria and process for undertaking a flexible working arrangement. The implementation of this policy will come at a time when officers and employees continue to manoeuvre through their personal hurricane recovery efforts and the challenges caused as a result of COVID-19. The Human Rights Commission will be introduced to provide for the establishment of the Virgin Islands Human Rights Commission in accordance with Section 34 of the Virgin Islands Constitutional Order 2007. The Freedom of Information Act will be introduced to govern the public's access to information held by public authorities. Government will seek to introduce amendments to the Commissions of Inquiry Act, cap 237, which has been in existence since 29th July 1880, to bring the Act in line with the Virgin Islands Constitution and Human Rights Act to strengthen good governance. Government will seek to repeal and replace the Register of Interests Act 2006, number 5 of 2006, and provide an opportunity for all persons in public life to declare their interests in the form prescribed. The objective is to bring this legislation in line with the Virgin Islands Constitution and Human Rights Act to further strengthen good governance. The Elections Amendment Act 2019 will also be brought forward to improve the administrative process of voter registration and the accuracy and accessibility of the database of voters. The amendment will consolidate and streamline the application processes of new voter registration, transfer and update voter registration details to reflect the name and occupational changes, capture additional information to help identify voters, and aid in reducing the duplication of records. The Landlord and Tenancy Bill will seek to address some of the challenges experienced with the management of relationships between landlords and tenants. The bill will set standards for landlords for the rental and upkeep of properties they offer for rent. It will also address the obligations of the tenants to the landlords and landlords to tenants. The Disaster Management Act 2019 will be amended to reflect our current modern partnership between the United Kingdom and the Government of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, the Government of the Virgin Islands is also committed to promoting further economic, medium, small and micro businesses, tourism and business development in the Virgin Islands. One of the Government's overall objectives is to continue driving economic growth and diversification while creating opportunities for the people of the Virgin Islands. The Gaming and Betting Control Act 2020 aims to provide for the establishment of the Gaming and Betting Control Commission to regulate the gaming and betting sectors, which are, both on a global and national level, vulnerable to infiltration by money launderers and terrorist financing. Towards this end, gaming and betting regulations will be introduced to govern the licensing and operation of businesses engaged in gaming and betting activities in the Virgin Islands. The National Quality and Standards Bill will be introduced to establish standards for businesses in delivering goods and services in the Virgin Islands. The Virgin Islands Micro Business Companies Act 2017 will be introduced to create the enabling environment for which micro, small and medium enterprises can develop, grow and thrive. The Business Licensing Act 2020 will be completed to replace the current act which governs the licensing and operation of all business activities in the Virgin Islands. Business licensing standards regulations will be introduced to ensure the appropriate legislation for licensing specific sectors of businesses and professions is in place. Government will seek to amend the Port Regulation 1995 to defer the implementation of the increase to the Ports Authority fees for an additional 2 years. Government will seek to strengthen the Virgin Islands Investment Act 2020 by introducing the investment incentives regulations that offer incentives to investors who can make significant contributions to the economy. In order to prevent unfair pricing practices during periods of disasters and pandemics, the consumer pricing regulations will be introduced to further strengthen the Consumer Protection Act 2020. For the year 2022, Government will recommend the enactment of the following economic legislative measures. The Financial Services Commission Amendment Act 2022 will aim to carry out further reforms to deal with exceptional circumstances that affect the financial services sector. It is designed to ensure a faster process for decision-making, to properly align the provisions of the Act with those of the Financial Services Exceptional Circumstances Act 2020, and to address how banks and insurance companies function during catastrophic natural disasters such as earthquakes, hurricanes and pandemics, inclusive of their procedures and applied costs. The proposed reforms will also provide necessary synergy with the provisions of the Virgin Islands Deposit Insurance Corporation Act to address the issues concerning banks and other key financial institutions that may fall into financial distress in order to better protect consumers. The Financial Services Fees Regulation 2020 will be brought forward and will provide a comprehensive review of all the regulatory fees with the view to enhancing some of the existing fees and, where considered necessary, to introduce new regulatory fees. The Banks and Trust Companies Amendment Act 2022 will streamline the provisions of the Act with those of the Virgin Islands Deposit Insurance Corporation Act to better address issues relating to banks and other key financial institutions that may fall into financial distress. This will be aimed at ensuring better protection for consumers of financial services businesses. The BVI Business Companies Amendment Act 2022 will mainly address issues surrounding struck-off companies, abolition of bearer shares, and record-keeping measures. The reforms will also include amendments to require persons wishing to act as voluntary liquidators of BVI business companies to be either licensed insolvency practitioners or persons resident in the Virgin Islands and holding specific qualifications and skills. Amendments will also be effected to Schedule 1 of the Act by reviewing and, as necessary, enhancing the registry fees regime. The order effecting such amendments will be laid before the Honourable House in accordance with the requirements of the Act. The Insolvency Amendment Act 2022 will reduce the inherent conflict between the role of the Office of the Official Receiver and the role of the Commission as a regulator of the financial services sector by transferring the portfolio of Official Receiver from the Financial Services Commission to the Government under the Ministry of Finance. It will streamline the provisions of the Act with those of the Virgin Islands Deposit Insurance Corporation Act to better address issues relating to banks that may fall into financial distress where necessary. This will be aimed at ensuring better protection for consumers of financial services business. The Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2022 will introduce new legislation to provide a regime for the registration of providers of virtual asset services and better enhance the Virgin Islands' international obligations to prevent the misuse of virtual assets for money laundering, terrorist financing, or proliferation financing purposes. In addition, appropriate legislative reforms will continue to be carried out to the Anti-Money Laundering Regulations 2008 and the Anti-Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing Code of Practice 2008 to ensure that the Virgin Islands fully meets its technical obligations under the FATF recommendations in preparation for the CFATF mutual evaluation, which is expected to commence later this year. These measures, when completed, will be laid before the Honourable House. The Financial Services Appeal Board Act will be amended, in particular to address issues highlighted by the pandemic, thus enabling the efficient and smooth running of the appeal process for the benefit of both the Financial Services Commission and appellants. The International Tax Authority, ITA, proposes amendments to the Mutual Legal Assistance Tax Matters Act 2003, MLA, and the International Tax Authority Act 2018, ITA Act. The proposed amendments to the MLA are to ensure that the Virgin Islands continue to meet its obligations in relation to exchange of information. The amendment to the MLA will accomplish three important goals as follows. Repeal the European Union taxation on savings income, which has now been phased out and replaced with the Common Reporting Standards. Reintroduce the Foreign Account Tax Compliance Act, FATCA, requirements in the Principal Act and amend the compliance powers of the ITA to ensure consistency with the FATCA obligations. And provide minor amendments to other provisions of the Principal Act to ensure that the Virgin Islands can effectively and efficiently exchange information under various international obligations. The proposed amendment to the ITA Act will streamline the powers of the ITA, ensuring that the ITA can efficiently carry out its compliance functions under the Economic Substance Companies and Limited Partnerships Act 2018 under the MLA. The Virgin Islands Deposit Insurance Corporation Act of 2016 establishes the corporation with a legal mandate to be the deposit insurer and resolution authority in the Virgin Islands. As such, the corporation is created with administrative and technical autonomy to perform its duties in a manner that benefits the public interest and avoids duplication of functions, with the Financial Services Commission, FSC, the regulator and supervisor of financial institutions. To enable the corporation's legal mandate, a regulatory framework has already been drafted to bring to life the deposit insurance system and the special resolution regime. In the process of building the enabling regulatory framework, opportunities were identified to ensure proper implementation of these two new functions of the VI financial safety net, namely deposit insurance and resolution. Since 2020, the Government of the Virgin Islands has offered special exemptions for the waiver of stamp duty on the sale or transfer of property to belongers. This was a part of a greater economic stimulus measure in response to the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has negatively impacted economies around the world, with the Virgin Islands economy being no exception. For the period May 2020 to December 2021, there were 513 sale transfers. The total amount of stamp duty exempted on sales was $5,543,481. The COVID-19 pandemic is quite fluid, and there remains great uncertainty as to when some normalcy will return to the global, regional and local economies. Government sees the importance of extending this concession in an amended form. The stamp duty waiver will continue for 1 year, but only for belongers who are first-time land and property owners, thereby increasing the possibility of greater participation in land ownership and consequently its development. To achieve this stimulus extension, an amendment will come forward for Stamp Duties Act Cap 212. A subsequent amendment will also be made to the Statutory Rates, Fees and Charges Act 2005 for completeness of process. The draft order is subject to an affirmative resolution in the House of Assembly and thus would have to be published in the Gazette and then tabled in the House of Assembly by way of a resolution. The Procurement Act number 39 of 2021 was approved by the House of Assembly on 3rd November 2021 and assented to on 6 December 2021. The regulations in support of that will be approved shortly and laid in the House of Assembly within the first quarter of 2022. The Procurement Act incorporates proven international best practices in the procurement process suitable for our unique economic and operational structures. The new Act and regulations will promote integrity, fairness, transparency, value for money, efficiency and flexibility in the procurement process. To complement this legislation, supporting regulations that will further regulate a new framework for an efficient and effective public procurement process will be introduced. Mr. Speaker, my government is responsible for ensuring the effective management of public funds and resources. In this regard, steps will be taken to institute more modern public finance management, PFM legislation. This legislation, along with regulations, will create an environment that supports the best practice geared towards the continued advancement of good governance of the financial resources of the Virgin Islands. Additionally, the introduction of financial instructions will define and support the modern PFM Act and regulations to improve accountability and understanding of application of PFM Act and regulations. Government will seek to introduce a new public service pension bill to promote a new system of social acceptability, financial sustainability, political feasibility, coherence with economic and labour market realities, and client-friendly management and administration. In addition, an amendment to the Pension Act will be brought forward to make provisions for widows and widowers to receive the pension of their spouses until they die, even if they remarry. To foster efficiency in understanding legislation, consolidation of relevant tax legislation will be effected. Property taxes are administered under the Property Tax Act 2005, which updated the Land and House Tax Act Cap 207. This tax is comprised of charges against house and land in the possession of private individuals and entities within the Virgin Islands, which is due and payable from September 1st to November 30th annually. If the tax is not paid by the due date, an additional sum at the rate of 20% per annum on the amount payable and unpaid shall be charged, and such additional sum shall be deemed to be part of and shall be recoverable, with the tax remaining payable and unpaid. Under the current legislation, the interest payable for non-payment of taxes for more than 1 year exceeds the actual tax before the imposition of the penalty. As per section 13 of Cap 207, quote, "It shall be lawful for the Minister and Council to A, remit the whole or part of any tax payable under the provisions of this ordinance in any case where he is satisfied that it would be just and equitable to do so," unquote. An amendment is required to this legislation to remove the compounding effect of the tax charged and to allow the Commissioner to waive the levying of all or a portion of the interest charged under this Act. Chapter 201, the Cheque Duty Ordinance, legislates no bank shall issue any cheque form unless such cheque form shall have impressed on or printed upon the face thereof the words "duty paid, 10 cents." This duty shall be remitted by such bank to the Accountant General on the first working day of March, June, September, and December in each year, each payment representing the amount due in respect of the 3 complete calendar months immediately preceding the month in which such sum is payable under this regulation. Currently, there is no fee, penalty, or interest for late payment of tax, thereby providing no incentives for the banks to pay in the funds in a timely manner. An amendment is required to the ordinance to impose a penalty for the late or non-payment of the tax. The collection of the payroll tax is administered under the Payroll Taxes Act 2004. Under this Act, Section 17M of the Act imposes a penalty and interest for the late filing of the return, while 17N provides the Commissioner with the power to waive the levying of all or a portion of the penalty. Section 17O, which designates the order in which a payment is applied, declares that the payment is firstly applied to interest, then penalty, and finally the tax owing. This distribution does not allow the taxpayer to lodge an objection, thereby giving the Commissioner the power awarded in 17N. An amendment is required to firstly apply the payment to tax due. The Payroll Taxes Act 2004 provides that the $10,000 taxable exemption for persons with more than one job will apply to the salary of the employer with the longest term, years, and all additional employment salary will be taxed from the beginning of employment. In some cases, the employment with the employer with the longest term may be part-time only and does not allow the employee to utilise their full benefit. An amendment is required to the Act to allow the primary employer to utilise this exemption. The changing of the cruising permit legislation and enacting the Cruising Permit and Home Port Act has given Virgin Islands registered home-based companies owned by Virgin Islanders a competitive advantage, creating and securing jobs for Virgin Islanders. In addition, it has facilitated the collaboration of agencies, in particular Virgin Islands Shipping Registry and Customs, and the enforcement of agencies' legislations, in particular safety and compliance. It has also led to the enforcement of the Commercial Recreational Vessel Licensing Act of 1992. The Government of the Virgin Islands also created an environment for agencies to educate the industry and allow for interested stakeholders to participate in the lucrative marine industry. The encouragement of young Virgin Islands boaters to be trained and licensed to participate in the blue economy is now paying dividends and creating opportunities for new and young emerging entrepreneurs in chartering, yacht management, vessel agency, booking agency, maintenance captaining, delivery captaining, cooking, chandlery, marine plumbing, and surveying, to name a few. The government's initiative to promote marine training at H. Laverty Stout Community College has resulted in an increased number of trained and qualified local captains and boaters. Some are operating privately, charter companies, and some have embraced maritime law enforcement as a career. These initiatives empower Virgin Islanders to take their rightful place in the blue economy. Furthermore, international COVID-19 protocols, in addition to domestic protocols, have influenced these opportunities for Virgin Islanders to participate in their beautiful, lucrative blue environment. Reduction of cruising permit fees for home-based vessels from $6 per person per day to $4 per person per day, in contrast to the foreign rate of $16 per person per day, will give locally based companies a competitive advantage. A 50% reduction in commercial recreational license fee during the year 2021 will assist the recovery of the charter industry. Amendments to the Customs Management and Duties Act will add to the list of items, wheelchairs, crutches, artificial limbs, etc., already duty-free for seniors and physically challenged. This legislation will be amended to include medical beds, hospital beds, disposable diapers, glucose, and blood pressure monitors. Legislative changes will also be made to provide for the application of an export tax on certain products leaving the Virgin Islands customs area for which there is a high demand in other countries. This will allow the Virgin Islands to capitalise on opportunities for revenue generation. In the coming year, Government will also focus attention on legislation for ensuring that agricultural produce, fish, meats and poultry conform with international health and quality control standards so that producers in the Virgin Islands can access international export markets. Mr. Speaker, my government has set for itself a legislative agenda that the proposed bills and legislative amendments for this upcoming session of this Honourable House in different ways will help to strategically position new industries with sustainability and innovation to continue improving the standard of living of the people of the Virgin Islands. It should be borne in mind that while the above-mentioned legislative programme is being executed, work will also be taking place in other very important areas to support the continued development of the Virgin Islands. For instance, the government has already indicated that the constitutional review, which has been overdue for some time, will be moving forward this year. The National Sustainable Development Plan is currently out for public consultation, and will also be progressing once this stage of the process is completed. Mr. Speaker, in closing, the Government of the Virgin Islands also wishes for the public to be aware that it is not unusual that, during the course of the year, new initiatives arise which may make it necessary to prepare new legislation or amend where appropriate. When this happens, the necessary legislation will be brought forward by my government for the consideration of the House of Assembly to further strengthen all sectors of the economy of the Virgin Islands. As Governor, I look forward to continuing to carry out my responsibilities under the Constitution with regard to the elected government's legislative agenda in the best interest of the people of the Virgin Islands and their good governance. I hereby declare the fourth session of the Fourth House of Assembly open. May God guide your deliberations as all of you work on behalf of the people of these Virgin Islands. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency the Governor for his address. Honourable members, this House is now in recess for 10 minutes. This Honorable House now resumes its sitting. All members will continue with the order of the day, and it seems like that we're on track to complete the first sitting of the fourth session today. In any case, we will not go beyond 9 p.m. At this time, I call upon the Honorable Premier to introduce the first reading of the bill entitled Liquor Licensing Act 2019.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise for the introduction of the first reading of the bill entitled Liquor Licensing Act 2019. Mr. Speaker, I move that the leave be granted to introduce the following bill standing in my name shortly entitled Liquor License Act 2019.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that leave to introduce the bill shortly entitled Liquor License Act 2019 be granted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I introduce the bill standing in my name shortly entitled Liquor License Act 2019 and will explain its provisions at the second reading. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the bill shortly entitled Liquor License Act 2019 be now read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Liquor Licenses Act 2019 be now read a first time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Therefore, I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a first time.
This act may be cited as a Liquor Licensing Act 2019.
Thank you. I call again on the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance to move a new bill, Police Act 2019.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move a motion for the introduction of and first reading of the bill entitled Police Act 2019. I move that leave be granted to introduce the following bill standing in my name shortly entitled Police Act 2019.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that leave to introduce the bill shortly entitled Police Act 2019 be granted. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I now call upon the sponsor of the bill, Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise and I introduce the bill standing in my name shortly entitled Police Act 2019 and will explain its provisions at the second reading. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the bill shortly entitled Police Act 2019 be now read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Police Act 2019 be now read for a first time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I therefore call upon the clerk to read the bill for a first time.
This act may be cited as a Police Act 2019.
Thank you. I call again upon the Premier and Leader of Government's Business to move a new motion introducing the Business Licensing Act 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move a motion for the introduction of the first reading of the bill entitled Business Licensing Act 2020. I move that leave be granted to introduce the following bill standing in my name shortly entitled Business Licensing Act 2020.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that leave to introduce the bill shortly entitled Business Licensing Act 2020 be granted. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to state that I introduce the bill standing in my name shortly entitled Business Licensing Act 2020 and will explain its provisions provision at the second reading. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the bill shortly entitled Business Licensing Act 2020 be now read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Business Licensing Act 2020 be now read a first time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I now call upon the clerk to read the bill for a first time.
This act may be cited as the Business Licensing Act 2020.
Thank you. I now call upon the Deputy Premier and Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture to introduce the Virgin Islands Food Security and Sustainability Act 2022.
Mr. Speaker, I proudly rise to move a motion for the introduction and first reading of the bill entitled Virgin Islands Food Security and Sustainability Act 2022. Mr. Speaker, I move that leave be granted to introduce the following bill standing in my name, shortly entitled Virgin Islands Food Security and Sustainability Act 2022.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that leave to introduce the bill shortly entitled Virgin Islands Food Security and Sustainability Act 2022 be granted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the Honorable Deputy Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I introduce the bill standing in my name, shortly entitled Virgin Islands Food Security and Sustainability Act 2022, and will explain its provisions at the second reading. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the bill shortly entitled Virgin Islands Food Security and Sustainability Act 2022 be now read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Virgin Islands Food Security and Sustainability Act 2022 be now read a first time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I now call upon the clerk to read the bill for a first time.
This act may be cited as the Virgin Islands Food Security and Sustainability Act 2022 and shall come into force on such date as the minister may, by notice published in the Gazette, appoint.
Thank you. I call upon the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities to introduce the bill entitled Water and Sewage Authority Act 2021.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I move a motion for the introduction of the first reading of the bill entitled Water and Sewage Authority Act 2021. I move that leave be granted to introduce the following bill standing in my name, shortly entitled Water and Sewage Authority Act 2021.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that leave to introduce the bill shortly entitled Water and Sewage Authority Act 2021 be granted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I now call upon the Honorable Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities.
Mr. Speaker, I introduce the bill standing in my name, shortly entitled Water and Sewage Authority Act 2021, and will explain its provision at the second reading. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the bill shortly entitled Water and Sewage Authority Act 2021 be now read a first time.
I rise to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Water and Sewage Authority Act 2021 be now read a first time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a first time.
This act may be cited as the Water and Sewage Authority Act 2021.
Thank you. I call upon the Honorable Minister for Health and Social Development to introduce the Child Maintenance and Access Amendment Act 2021.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move a motion for the introduction and first reading of the bill entitled Child Maintenance and Access Amendment Act 2021. Mr. Speaker, I move that leave be granted to introduce the bill standing in my name and shortly entitled Child Maintenance and Access Amendment Act 2021.
Is there a second to the minister's motion?
Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that leave to introduce the bill shortly entitled Child Maintenance and Access Amendment Act 2021 be granted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call again upon the Minister for Health and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to introduce the bill standing in my name shortly entitled Child Maintenance Access Amendment Act and will explain its provisions at the second reading. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Child Maintenance Access Amendment Act be now read the first time.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Child Maintenance and Access Amendment Act 2021 be now read a first time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a first time.
This act may be cited as the Child Maintenance and Access Amendment Act 2021.
Thank you. I now call upon the clerk.
Statements by ministers.
Is there any statements from honorable ministers? I am told by the leader of government's business that his ministers has no statement. I call again upon the clerk. Okay, call upon the clerk.
Item 8.2, private members' business. Item number 9, other business.
Honorable members, under other business, usually I don't like to impose time limit. I will rather consult with the Premier and the Leader of the Opposition. I think that we did not reach consensus, so I will take upon myself as the presiding officer to assign a maximum of 30 minutes each speaker. The floor is now open. Honorable Premier. Okay, I am told that members don't wish to speak, but There are two members who have indicated already their willingness to speak. So I don't know if we want to take a recess so you can consult those members or we want to allow them to speak. I'm guided. Recess. Okay, let's take a 5 minutes recess. This Honorable House is now in recess. Please be seated. This Honorable House now resumes its sitting. Okay, honorable members, I don't know if we have arrived at a consensus. I know the opposition have agreed they don't wish to speak. I don't know if that's the position of the government side. So if there's anyone wishing to speak, I will call on you now. If not, we will move to adjournment. I recognize the Junior Minister for Trade and Economic Development, the Honorable Shireen D. Flex Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It would be remiss of me on the first sitting for the year to not speak to the people of the Virgin Islands and to wish them a happy and prosperous new year. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if it was an error inadvertently, but this morning I could not help when the pastor gave his prayer that he was not gender neutral and spoke to ask the Lord to help the men of this house to do the work that needs to be done for this country, Mr. Speaker. I do have the utmost respect for the pastor, Mr. Speaker. However, I think it is important that we acknowledge the females within the House and, as a matter of fact, throughout the territory, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the time has come where I don't think I or any of the women that sit in this honorable house should come to this house in a mini skirt so that we are able to be recognized or even seen. So as I said before, I respect the pastor and I'm sure it was an honest error to only recognize the men of this honorable house. Mr. Speaker, today is a great day for a great woman of this territory. And I want to congratulate the Stevens family and say a happy 100th birthday to Mrs. Othelia Stevens of Virgin Gorda. That is indeed an accomplishment, and by the will of God, she was able to hit a century. So I want to congratulate Mrs. Stevens and the entire family. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to express condolences and to pay tribute to a tourism icon. Many might not know him as a tourism icon, but I do, and I know that he was so. And that is Mr. Eloy Gorjo Harrigan. Mr. Speaker, I can remember many days when I was walking at the Bats under that grape tree selling my t-shirts. Mr. Harrigan, or Gorjo as I knew him, would come in with his guest. He epitomized tourism. I can also remember when I would be performing at Bitter End or other properties where he would sail in with his guest. He would be the first one on that dance floor. He made his guests comfortable. He showed them BVI love. He showed them nature's little secrets as it is and as it was in those days. And so it would have been remiss of me not to stand in this house, Mr. Speaker, and pay tribute to what I would call a gentle giant of tourism. And lots of times, Mr. Speaker, we only look at the persons that we see on the front lines in terms of position as a director, as a deputy director, as the chair of the board or whatever, but the persons such as Mr. Gorjo Harrigan, we have to be thankful for, because he helped to make tourism what it is today in the British Virgin Islands. And Mr. Speaker, as always, I consider it my great privilege to represent the diverse people of these Virgin Islands, speaking on their behalf during these proceedings. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to look at my notes from time to time. Today, I want to extend my gratitude to the governor for himself serving as a representative of a higher cause and offering us his words of intent to collaborate and strengthen these Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, it is evident that recent challenges have presented us with cause for consideration. Global upheavals and our own exposure to scrutiny on the international level have reminded us of the need to be circumspect and to conduct ourselves as a territory under the world's gaze. Far from a threat, I think this state of caution should continue to reflect our status as world leaders in the arenas of financial services and tourism, Mr. Speaker. My theme for this year is one of collaboration. Instead of raising arms or fretting, I choose to see opportunity in every interaction, Mr. Speaker. I am so pleased to have heard the governor find his own noble intent to be aligned with our administrations, one of transforming the Virgin Islands into a leading regional economy through entrepreneurship, innovation, and local and foreign investment. As the Junior Minister for Trade and at-large representative, I am confident that the path to a dynamic, diversified economy lies within the minds of our innovative entrepreneurs. No administration, no red tape bureaucrats can accomplish for a nation what its boots on the ground business people are able to dream up and realize. I continue to engage myself with the limited resources that I have as a junior minister with the private sector towards public-private partnerships. I concluded 2021, Mr. Speaker, with a series of investments into volunteer and not-for-profit entities, which will be reaped in the form of positive impact against social issues like inequality, domestic violence and abuse, women's empowerment, and access to opportunity for young people, particularly those who are inclined towards business. I am also working with business people and commercial sectors in the territory to enact projects which demonstrate their commitment to social good, as well as bolstering the channels territory-wide for corporate social responsibility, Mr. Speaker. It is my intention to be brief today, as I have articulated time and time again my desire, intent, and history as it relates to acting on behalf of our people. Even as I fight for more resources, I do so not for power or prestige, Mr. Speaker, but so that the people can be enacted more zealously and with more substance. But as I said, collaboration must be this year's theme. My colleagues and I must work in the interest of people, disregarding personal gripes and ego. I urge the people of the Virgin Islands to also collaborate with us. Do not let your disquiet only be a phenomenon for social media. Call me, call your representative, let us know what bothers you, and help us develop solutions. A better, brighter BVI lies not within my reach, nor within the opposition's. It is inches away from the next miraculous dream. It lies only within the grasp of a unified Virgin Islands, stretching forward, trusting each other, and hoping together, Mr. Speaker. I thank you very much.
I thank the territorial member for her contribution. At this time, I recognize the representative for the 3rd District and senior member of the House, the Honorable Julian Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to extend to you and as Speaker of this Honorable House a Happy New Year, and to the staff of the House of Assembly, and a Happy New Year as well. My colleagues, you're going to need this, so I'll give it to you. You're going to need a Happy New Year, so I'll give it to you as well. As far as the members, the staff of the House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker, as far as the staff of the House of Assembly is concerned, Mr. Speaker, I know that your work is tedious, your hours are long, and your effort sometimes appear to be thankless. But rest assured, each and every member of this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, has the highest regards for the work you do and for you as a person. So even though it may not be shown, it's there. And even sometimes when a member might come across as being a little abrasive, it's not directed towards you, but it might just be out of some other frustration that they have experienced recently. So your work is valuable to us. We cherish it, and I wish you could be able to continue for the year 2022. This year, 2022, Mr. Speaker, being the last year of this administration, it's going to be even more tedious than any other year in the 4 years that the administration would have had. And for most of you in the House of Assembly offices would have gone through this before. Your experience and your guidance at times will be necessary to help the new members through. Mr. Speaker, as for you, I know that you by now would have expected that 2022 being the last year of this administration will be tedious. You could have seen it from the legislative agenda that the speech from the throne offered us today. I don't think that the Attorney General could bear me out on this, but I don't think that there is a single piece of legislation anywhere in draft or sitting in any ministry that hasn't been read out here today. I didn't realize that the Premier had all this ambition. I saw him coming for the last 3 years with these various pieces of legislation, but today, it beat the cake. I wish him well. I wish him luck. I just hope, Mr. Speaker, that when we're doing these bills, when we're doing the bills, introduction, first reading, second reading, that the real meat in the bill would come during the committee stage, where you build upon whatever was introduced. It just seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that ministers become apprehensive when recommendations are made towards amendments. And ministers have to understand that this bill that you brought before this Honorable House, you are the pilot, yes, of the bill, but you ought to treat it as a bill for the country. And it doesn't matter whether the recommendation comes from a backbencher or it comes from a member in the opposition. It's a bill for the country. The law becomes a law for the country. And I don't think that I would sit over here and see something that's good in a bill and talk it down just for my own personal aggrandizement. I don't expect any other member to do that. So sometimes when a bill comes to this House, Mr. Speaker, ministers welcome amendments, because they know that it might have been a little difficult to make that same amendment that is being recommended here in the House. It might have been difficult to make that amendment at the cabinet level. But when you come here to the House, you got the weight of the members of the House behind you or with you. So therefore, making the amendment becomes a bit easier. Mr. Speaker, as to the public at large, I've heard people said to me, at least on one occasion, that Fraser is quiet. We don't hear from Fraser. So the only thing I said to myself is, you know, this House is not a talk shop. At least I don't treat it as such. And therefore, talking for the sake of talking isn't serving anyone any good. Criticizing the government for the sake of criticizing the government isn't serving anyone any good. This government was elected by the people. And as far as I see, any government that returns 4 at large, any government, even if they win by only 7, a bare majority, only 7, it's an overwhelming victory, and it was the people's choice, because those 4 at large ran throughout the territory, and they had to get votes from across the spectrum. So their people voted them in. And for some reason, the people want them out before the term is up. So they want us to work towards getting them out before the term is up. I say, let them do what they were elected to do. That's serve the full term. Let them do it. If you don't want them back in there, don't put them back in, because after 4 years, they got to come back to you. That's the beauty about democracy. When they come back to you, then you make that decision. Our duty is to point out the things that we see that we don't believe is in your best interest. We'll point them out. But I will not criticize them just for the sake of criticizing them. There are things they do that I don't agree with, and I say that. I say what it is. I'll be fair. There are times when they do things that I agree with, and I forget to mention it. But you know, like I said, you know, talking just for the sake of talking isn't going to get us too far. We have to work together. This last year is going to be a crucial year. I noticed that the Premier has decided to move along with the constitutional review. I noticed that he has done that. It's a daunting task. The last time we reviewed the Constitution, we started 4 years prior. This is a daunting task. I will be around to see how it pans out. But make no mistake about it, Mr. Speaker, this is 2022. I, as a Virgin Islander, don't mind what anybody might think. I was born here, yes? I was raised here, yes? I'm here now, yes? I'm a Virgin Islander. I've spent a lot of years in this territory, Mr. Speaker. I do not want to see the generations, those that are yet unborn, those that have just born, that have just been born, and the ones that are behind me coming. I want to see a brighter day for them, Mr. Speaker. But on the path that we are heading, if something doesn't change, and that thing that has to change is a drastic change, Mr. Speaker. If that doesn't change, that brighter day isn't coming. I trust that the government understands changes have to be made in this territory. There are those who don't want to see change. But
This country isn't theirs. This country belongs to all of us. And some of us want that change, Mr. Speaker. Enough of us, in my opinion, want that change. But the onus is on the government. The onus is on the government. The government needs to make the public aware of what this change is and what it means to them. If I walk into my primary school, Mr. Speaker, in Sickows Way, and I'm in 5th grade, and somebody in that class doesn't know who I am, somebody in that class don't know who I am, something isn't right, Mr. Speaker. Something isn't right. Somebody in that class doesn't know who the Premier of the Virgin Islands is. Something isn't right. I wouldn't even go as far as the governor saying who the governor is. He's probably better known than the Premier because he's always, the governor's always out there talking and giving the people the impression that they run the country. But the thing that isn't right, Mr. Speaker, is that we are not promoting civics like we should in this territory. We have to promote civics like we should. We have to let people know the importance of government. We have to let them know what the function of government is. And we have to let them know what their responsibility is as a citizen is to the development of this country. People talk things like this, Mr. Speaker. They talk things like this, and this is to show you how misguided they are. They said, if we go independent, what happens to the dollar? I ain't got much. They ask the question, what happens to the dollar? Nothing will happen to the dollar. The dollar stays just where it is in your pocket. There's no correlation between independence and the dollar. People talk about if we go independent. We go independent, we're dumping the UK. We're not dumping the UK. I'm sure you've seen that Barbados, after independence in the 60s, 63, somewhere around there, has just the other day decided to become a republic. That's when they dumped the United Kingdom. And that's only severing their ties with the crown as their sovereign leader. But they're going to have a healthy relationship with the United Kingdom. United Kingdom is still going to have their embassy in Barbados. They're still going to give them financial aid, whether they ask for it or not. They give those independent countries far more money than they give us. What we are simply looking for, Mr. Speaker, is to be able to call ourselves as individuals, as human beings, truly free. Truly free in the sense that you are not beholden to another man. And it's the job of the government to promote this, if they so believe in this, if they so desire. It's their job. You're telling me, Mr. Speaker, when I was a child, quite a while ago, my parent would speak of Coronation Day, Empire Day, Commonwealth Day. And here we are, I am here. And we're still telling our children about these things. Mr. Speaker, the responsibility that we have is a huge one. But we tend to decide to just let it slide. We're letting it slide and living life as if it doesn't matter. I was sitting here a while ago, Mr. Speaker, before the speech from the throne came. And the only person I could speak to is the member for the 4th, who's on my right, or the member from the 1st district, who's in front of me. But I didn't say anything. But what I was thinking, Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at this room, and you correct me if I'm wrong, I'm looking at this room, and I look at this desk, and I look at this chair. I look at the faces, and I said, but you know, nothing has changed for the 22 years I've been here. Nothing. Even the furniture is the same. They didn't even find it in themselves to give us some good chairs. The same old chairs, Mr. Speaker. And I'm looking at the member for the 5th district, and I'm saying to myself, and the member for the 2nd, I'm saying to myself, God, are they really going through 22 years and end up like this? But, Mr. Speaker, if you look at it, the trajectory, the answer is yes. Member for the 5th and member for the 2nd, when you come, like I'm going to meet Ralph and the rest of them, and when they ask me, well, what changed? When you come and I ask you what has changed, don't lie to me. Because I don't see any motion towards that. I don't see any motion towards that end, Mr. Speaker. What is it with us as a people? What's our apprehension? We send our kids to the best colleges in the world. We spend good money for it. These governments paid a lot of money to send kids to the best colleges in the world. And they come back and they're just complacent and happy to live life the way they met it. Nothing in this world, Mr. Speaker, is like change. Change is challenge. And if you're afraid to meet a challenge, it's only because you're afraid to make change. If you're afraid to make changes, it means you're afraid to meet a challenge. So, Mr. Speaker, starting the year, these are the words that I want to leave with this government. And let the government know that my colleague here from the 4th District and myself, who has put in the time, is prepared to work with you on this. This is a matter that we are passionate about. Those who were before us, some of them were, some weren't. But this is probably this last time, the last best opportunity that you're going to have to make this push, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I get it. I understand it. Apprehension is a thing that keeps us where we are. But if we educate people, that apprehension would go away. And they will become allies of ours in this little endeavor of ours. We gotta look at this house. Those people who elected the 13 of us, look at us, including, not including, but plus the Attorney General and you, Mr. Speaker, and may I dare say, the clerk and the deputy clerk. So that's 15 and 2, 17. 17 of us here. Look at us. What do we have in common? What does the 17 of us have in common? But no, you have a speech from the throne and somebody else have to come up there and give it. Has nothing in common with us. And you're comfortable with this, Mr. Speaker? You're comfortable with this? Then my colleague, my constituents and the people on the street said that Fraser don't talk. Don't talk. I know my good friend from the 7th District has a lot to say about this, on this topic, a lot to say. But he should not be the only one who has things to say about it. It's not fair. Shouldn't be. Those who have eyes to see, let them see. But they should also speak. What did Martin Luther and the rest of them say about injustice and being, what did they say about it? Silence is a part of it, is a big part of injustice, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on another note, a lighter side, but even more important. Mr. Speaker, this territory has been going through a lot. The people of the territory have been going through a lot lately, and it's to do with this COVID. Every time we think that we are at a point that life can begin to take on normalcy, something new comes up. This new variant that we have with us has seen significant spikes in the cases. Thankfully, they are on the decline now. Let's hope that that's a trend that will continue to the point where we can consider ourselves being normal. But last night it was brought to my attention that we had some death in this whole thing. I think my wife said to me something like we have 5 or 6 deaths or something like that. And I said, what? I said, when was the first one? She said she don't know. So I know in the past when people were dying from COVID, we used to hear, well, we lost one yesterday, someone died today, tomorrow, and you count the numbers. But this one just hit me, like it's 5 or 6 COVID deaths of late. I know of people dying. I know there are some people who died, but I have no idea what they died from. I don't know which persons to attribute their passing to. But there's a young man who passed recently, Mr. Speaker, Delroy Gordon from the East. And I had to go back into my archives, Mr. Speaker, because this is a young man that I try to follow and learn of his development and his past and whatever he's been doing. Mr. Gordon, I remember in 2012, he used to be a student at the BVI Water Sports. And in 2012, they did a send-off for him to go to Washington, D.C., I think Gannett University. He was deaf. And he went off to that school to enhance his living. He was also an Olympian gold medalist. So I wanted to make public my feelings towards his passing and extend condolences to his family and those people who have adopted him as a model. And right here in this honorable house, Mr. Speaker, a former employee, Ms. Marlene Evans, has also passed. So we've been touched by these people who have passed. And I am not in any way, shape, or form attributing their death to any particular cause. So I don't want anyone out there jumping to any conclusion. I'm sending out condolences to these people. And also in my constituency itself, Mr. Speaker, there were folks who have passed also. So we are not out of the woods. Things are still critical for us. And unity, it could go a long way in bringing relief to those who are aggrieved and those who are in mourning. Mr. Speaker, I want to extend to my colleague in the back, at-large member Smith, something he raised a few sittings ago regarding naming places and things after some of our past legislators. And I want to extend to him that particular collaboration, this particular fourth House of Assembly, fourth session, to see if we can get it going off the ground. You mentioned 2 in my district. One was for former district representative to our district representative Alva Sills, and I think the other one was the basketball court for Milton McLean. Those are things that I believe that you should get out of the way during your administration. And those are things that I would like to work with you on to ensure that they come to fruition. You got to have something. Something has to get done. And if you don't do it, it's not going to get done. So let's work on those. Let's work on those together. Mr. Speaker, the holidays went, I would say, without any catastrophes, without any events that worth mentioning of note. Anything that was bad. I think that the Premier had an initiative for Christmas on Christmas Day. I thought it was crazy, but you never know what something will be until you try it. And it did, which was to prepare meals for people on Christmas Day. And as far as I'm concerned, it worked. As far as I'm concerned, it was a success. And I didn't expect it because I thought that as myself would like to be at home for Christmas on Christmas Day. But because of him, I had to come out on Christmas Day. And I noticed I wasn't the only person out there. So there was some merit to that. We also had a cleanup campaign over the holidays. And still, even to now, Mr. Speaker, some things are happening. A much, much needed cleanup. Much, much needed cleanup, Mr. Speaker. You would not imagine how filthy this place is. In my case was. My district is clean now. You could eat food off the street. And I hope that's true for all the districts. But beyond that cleanup, Mr. Speaker, there are some much needed repairs that are needed in the districts. The infrastructure has fallen to a point where, you know, in the United States, they had, after World War II, they had the Marshall Plan, where the government infused substantial amount of resources to rebuild. We have to do that. If you look at our roads, get off Drake's Highway and venture into the different neighborhoods. Just do that. And you look at your roads. For persons, a lot of people don't drive, Mr. Speaker. You would not believe it. A lot of people walk, catch rides, they hitch rides. They have the, what do you call that? You jumping rope, hopscotch and all those kind of things. They got a hopscotch over water pools. I was inspired one day, Mr. Speaker, by a young lady. It was about 2 o'clock in the day, and I was in the neighborhood going to a constituent, and I saw this young lady. She was about just a young college age. She was going to college wearing sandals. And I watched her walking down the street, and she got to a water pool, and there was nothing else she could do but to jump over that water pool, because the stream ran straight across the street, the road. And I made a pledge to myself that I was going to fix it. And I ended up fixing it, Mr. Speaker, because I was there to witness something that I consider to be wrong. But what about those times, those places that I am not there to witness? It's happening every day. But when you go by the roads and you see how the state of the deplorable state that they're in, you must know that if it rains, this is what is happening. So I am asking the government to make a special effort to rebuild these roads in the various neighborhoods. You got guardrails that have been busted, they're hanging. And this is not a knock on public works. I'm not making any knock on public works. I know it's a situation where resources are limited, and therefore it's not possible to do these things. But the only way you're going to get them done, Mr. Speaker, is if a concerted effort is made. Even the government has to go and borrow money to get it done. But a concerted effort has to be made. It has to be made at the highest level. The Minister for Works and Utilities can go to the bank and borrow money. What he can do is constantly remind the Minister of Finance of these things that I'm talking about. That's what he can do. And he shouldn't have to do it alone. All 5 ministers are in this together. You know, people go out and they elect 13 of us. What they don't realize is that only the 5 ministers has authority to do anything. Only 5 ministers of the 13 of us has authority to do anything. This country is run by the executive, not the legislative. So let's get those kind of things out of the way. Electricity, Mr. Speaker. I still have people in various neighborhoods who are complaining that since Hurricane Irma, lights have not been replaced. Yes, there might be some lights that were replaced sporadically, but not the light. All the lights that were there before Hurricane Irma has not been replaced. Now, I want to say here and now, Mr. Speaker, that a general manager for the BVI Electricity Corporation has been overly cooperative as far as this matter is concerned. Overly cooperative as far as this matter is concerned. But the problem goes beyond that, Mr. Speaker. What the neighborhoods want, Mr. Speaker, is they want all the lights back. Or should I say they need them back. It's not a matter of when 1 person, 2 people, 3, 4 people come to me and complain and I make a request and I get those 4 lights installed. And as soon as you install those 4 lights, you hear the other 5 people talking about, well, when am I going to get mine? So I can't rely, we cannot rely on that method to replace the lights, Mr. Speaker. Because it's only after someone sees someone get theirs replaced that, well, when I say theirs, I mean the ones in their area replaced, that they start saying, well, when is mine coming?
3 minutes.
So I would say, Mr. Speaker, that's not fair because I really haven't gotten to my points. Those points were for the general public. I have my own points that I want to make. So can I get another half hour?
No, sir. I decided on the 30 minutes.
So what I'd like to see happen as far as the light replacement is concerned is for the ministry and the BVI Electricity Corporation get together and map out the various neighborhoods and replace those lights that were there. It's all the people are asking for, things to make them secure. It's not money they're looking for at this particular point. They're looking for security, to be sure, to be safe. Mr. Speaker, let me just venture into a general area. The Premier has, during the initial stages of the COVID, he has used the Social Security, a facility of Social Security, which was $40 million, to help various aspects of the community, various sectors of the community. It was an infusion of capital to those who have been disenfranchised during the COVID period, $40 million. I am sure that it helped, and I am sure that the Premier knows that there is more to be done, despite that $40 million. And he will let us know that what's that thing called, Iowa? Health insurance. NHI got a chunk of it in all Westwood. But Mr. Speaker, I would, and I sat here and I listened to the Premier talk about the relaxation on stamp duty. And the revenues that would have been generated was a little in excess of $5 million. Okay? Purchasers of land, belongers who are purchasing land have got a tax holiday of $5 million plus. Here's one for you, Mr. Premier. And the member for the 2nd District was going in that direction, but he didn't go as far as I would like to see it go. Virgin Islanders who has loans at the National Bank. Virgin Islanders who has loan at the National Bank. This is our bank. Last time I checked, we were 100% shareholders of this bank. I would like for you to investigate the possibility of the interest on their loans being forgiven. I would like for you to investigate the possibility on the interest on their loans during that period be forgiven. I'll tell you why. Check the figures out. When the banks talked about giving people a reprieve during that period of COVID, a lot of people didn't understand or didn't know that that reprieve was only for those people who were current. If you were a month late, you didn't get it. And when the time came for them to pay up, they were even worse off. So the foreclosures are out there coming in. We can't afford that, Mr. Speaker. We can't afford that, Mr. Speaker. Yes, there are some people who are willful in being delinquent, but you can't allow those people to take the rest of the good ones, even the good ones, down with them. This is an area that the government has to look into. We own that bank. And when you do the figures, maybe you might find the figures are too big, so you could only do 75%. Maybe you might find that 75% is too much, so you do 72% or 73.5%. But Mr. Speaker, all these things are areas in which we must travel. Remember, Mr. Speaker, we don't have an unemployment insurance. If we had that, people would have had an income coming in, but there was nothing. So let's look at that area, Mr. Speaker, as one of the things that are necessary to continue to aid in the relief that people are going of the suffering that people are going through, Mr. Speaker. One more second, Mr. Speaker. One last thing I'd like to mention. One last thing. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the Minister for Education, Minister for Health is going to let me know, the rest of us know, what's going on down at the incinerator. I am not going to, excuse me? Down at the incinerator. I'm not talking about the scrubber now. That's a dead case. So don't come tell me that the scrubber is coming or anything like that. I understood that one is dead. So, but I want to know what's going on with the incinerators. And if I'm not going to tell you what I know, I'll leave it for you to tell the public what you know or what you want us to know. But I would say to you, Mr. Minister, that you could save yourself a lot of embarrassment if you tell the district representative sometimes what's going on. I'll leave it as that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to be able to say something, but not for the opportunity to chase me. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Member, and you were 7 minutes over your time. So there was no chasing involved, Senior Member. The floor remains open. If any other member wish to speak. If there is no other member, I recognize the Deputy Premier and Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture, and member for the 7th District, Dr. the Honorable Natalio D. Wheatley, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just taking the opportunity to wish the people of the Virgin Islands a Happy New Year, Mr. Speaker. I want to recognize the people of the 7th District who have placed me in this position to be able to serve them and serve the people of the Virgin Islands. And I wish all my constituents and all the people of the Virgin Islands a healthy, prosperous, and productive New Year. I also want to recognize the persons, Mr. Speaker, who called, who checked on me, who sent well wishes as I did contract COVID-19. And so many of our persons in our communities have contracted COVID-19, especially during this latest spike and the spike that we had previously around July. And I want to say to the people of the Virgin Islands, do not get weary in well-doing. This pandemic has been something which is extremely difficult on families who have lost loved ones, and I send sincere condolences to all of those families who have lost loved ones to COVID-19 and who have lost loved ones to other illnesses. And even if a family member did not die because of COVID-19, we know we can't have the gatherings, the funerals as we usually do. We can't console each other, hug each other, and things like that. So my thoughts, our prayers are with the people of the Virgin Islands. COVID-19 has also affected various institutions. It's affected the healthcare system, it's affected the schools, it's affected businesses. But we are weathering the storm, Mr. Speaker, and we are continuing to push forward. Very pleased to see that we're having a good tourism season. So we've been able to weather the storm and push forward despite the challenges. And we'll continue to be creative, resilient, adaptable as we continue to live with COVID-19 in a most responsible and safe manner possible. I want to specifically wish my constituents who have lost loved ones condolences, including Mr. Delroy Gordon's family and friends, former Special Olympics gold medalists. But there are a number of other persons in my constituency who have lost loved ones, and I won't name them specifically, Mr. Speaker, but I want to let them know that my thoughts and prayers are with them. I also, Mr. Speaker, pledge my support to you as Speaker. I pledge my support to the staff here and thank you all for your conduct of this House. We had a very ambitious legislative agenda of the government, which was read by the governor as is customary with the speeches from the throne. And I pledge that I will work hard to ensure that we deliver on that legislative agenda and deliver on all the other commitments that we made in the budget speech and some of those things which may not have been mentioned. And I also want to pledge to my colleagues here in the House of Assembly that I'll be working with them and I will do all I can to support my colleagues as a member of the executive, as a deputy premier, as a legislator, and a representative of constituency. I also want to say, Mr. Speaker, last year I referred to a contribution of a member in an unflattering way. And Mr. Speaker, upon reflection, I decided to come here and acknowledge that that was not the correct thing to do. And I pledge to all my colleagues to work respectfully with them and to ensure that no matter the content of their contributions, that we debate on the merits. We will debate hard. Of course, we'll debate on the merits of those contributions, the content of the contributions. But whether it's on the government side or on the opposition side, I pledge to work respectfully and work hard to ensure that the people's agenda is delivered, and that, of course, we have a healthy democracy. Mr. Speaker, we have a very ambitious agenda in education, and I want the public to tune in on Wednesday, as we'll be having a meeting to update on the plans to move from the Elmer Stout High School, which is stationed at Passer, to Lower Estate. And there are many other things happening, and I'm going to be giving a statement on Wednesday, updating persons on what's happening in education, delivering for the people. Also, Mr. Speaker, I was very happy to introduce my very first bill. It's a historic day for me. It's a memorable day, and the speech from the throne is delivered on the first sitting of this fourth session of the fourth House of Assembly. And I want to thank the ministry. In particular, we have the Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Carolyn Stout Igwe, Assistant Secretary, Mrs. Tessa Claxton Smith, and Director of Agriculture and Fisheries, Mr. Theodore James, and the rest of the team who worked very hard on this bill. And I want to thank the Attorney General's office and all of the stakeholders who we had consultations with. And as it is now a public document, we'll be having a number of additional meetings. We've had so many meetings on this bill already, but we'll have some additional meetings in preparation to come to the House of Assembly to have a thorough debate and to go through the bill line by line in committee stage and to make sure that we have the best bill possible. But Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to stay here too much longer. It's just, Mr. Speaker, I want to wish the people of the Virgin Islands, all of the people of the Virgin Islands, a wonderful, wonderful 2022. We have been going through a great deal of difficulties since the storms of 2017 and even events before that. But I have faith in God, Mr. Speaker. I have faith in my colleagues. I have faith in the people of the Virgin Islands that we are resilient, we are creative, we are adaptable, we are made of good stuff, people of good character, people who have a good background and a good history, and we've gone through many things before. And I just want to encourage persons out there that we will continue to overcome our challenges if we keep things in the right perspective, keep God first, and keep our tried and true principles, close to us. So with that being said, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak to this honorable House and to the people of the Virgin Islands, and I'm looking forward to a wonderful year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 7th District. I think the member for the 3rd has an intervention. Member for the 3rd District.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's not something that I planned, but it's something that just normally happens. When I was giving my contribution, I did in fact say that I was extending condolences to the family of a former member of the House of Assembly, a worker at the House of Assembly, a staff member, and which was Miss Marlene Evans. But I am learning, Mr. Speaker, that people out there are being confused as to which Marlene Evans I'm speaking of. So that's the Marlene Evans from East End, Evans Valac that I'm speaking of. She used to be an employee here at the House of Assembly, and that's who I'm talking about. And of late, she was at telephone services with government. So that's it.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. If there is no other speaker, I will call on the Premier. I am seeing the Minister for Health and Social Development and Territorial Member, the Honorable Corvin Malone, wishing to speak.
Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to greet the people of the Virgin Islands for this new year, 2022. Mr. Speaker, it is fitting that the fourth session of the fourth House of Assembly will start in January. I'm not sure at which other time you actually assume a January start. Those who have been here for 22 years can tell me, but this is fitting that it is here in January. January 17th is also the date of a gentleman I revered and my hero, Randolph Mose Malone, and of blessed memory. And in fact, I have two brothers born in January, the marriage of my parents in January, birthday of my dad in January, lots of activities. So fitting that January is one of the second most important month, of course, to June. Mr. Speaker, we have started what will be the penultimate year term of this particular administration, because election, unlike what others have called for, should be in 2023. Mr. Speaker, I have come to appreciate that seeing the many challenges that we've had in our now 35 months, going on 36 come February, in our 35 months, the challenges have been tremendous. And I've come to appreciate the fact that, you know, you almost have to choose happiness as an option. You have to choose happiness. There are too many folks who walk around seeking ways to be mad, to be sad, and not to be glad. Mr. Speaker, happiness is a choice. In the ministry of which I was afforded, Mr. Speaker, the fact is that there are many challenges that you have. I sit here and you see me on my phone because there are other patients that are checking in. I'm getting reports of the hospitals. I'm getting reports of recoveries. I'm getting reports of challenges at the prison. I'm getting reports of challenges at the incinerator at Pocket Pond. The open burning that takes place, spontaneous combustion is the new buzzword for Pocket Pond and for Virgin Gorda. But open burning by everybody, nuisance smoke for those who have to live with it. So it's difficult at times to choose happiness when all of these challenges surround you. We got into administration and we were faced with a loan guarantee, and this is a subject that folks always say, well, why do you bring it up again? Because it hasn't been resolved. So we're faced with the loan guarantee. While others might say, take the money, spend the money, there are some challenges to that. But we continue to work that, and we almost had to put that on the back burner. On the back burner, as COVID-19 from March 12th to March 15th was declared a global pandemic. We were moving towards what we thought was a full exit or full, the goodness of God in terms of not too many cases, not too many deaths. And then came June, July 2021. And here we are, we moved from 1, and by the end of July, we were to 37 deaths. 37 deaths. We moved from 37 deaths in the end of July to where we are today, 47 deaths. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 is real, and for those persons who look throughout the world and the millions of people that have lost their lives, the millions of people that have long-lasting COVID, the number of people who are home sick today and refuse to call into public health, refuse to go to the hospital because they want to self-isolate, or worse yet, those persons who are out in the community feeling sick like a dog, but they don't want to stay home or have anyone tell them that they need to stay home. So while the count is down to 899, the facts on the ground will be different. If those persons were to really stay home, self-isolate, well then that would not be too bad. But you have persons who are reporting to work because, I might say choose happiness, but the fact is that at the end of the day, their families to be fed, their mouths to be fed. So sometimes the choice of happiness is not easily attained because of the challenges that amongst us, surrounds us. So we sit in the house, and we could not have an audience today because we were careful, minded of the challenges that COVID-19 brings. Even in the alteration, the change up. We have the chairs, but we have no persons. We had to make that choice because of the seriousness that surrounds us. And yet, there are those persons who are advertising for one of the biggest crowd gathering artists to come here in February. And when you tell them that they can't do it, then they say that you are trying to stop livelihoods. 47 days later, we had run in the laboratory over 96,000 tests. We have a situation that we are dealing with at the prison. 22, 23 officers down, 16 inmates down. And we have to deal with that because we don't have an alternate site. So we have to look in terms of how we get that managed at the facility so that those persons, because each one of those persons, be it staff, be it inmates, they have families that have to be concerned about what is happening there. We have to send the health professionals to the prison. We have cases at Adina Donovan Home. We have cases at the Safe Haven Center. We have cases in all of these places that we have to be mindful and careful that we provide healthy living spaces. And yet, this is why I choose what time to turn my radio on and which stations to listen to. Because when you hear some of the vile stuff, you would reckon that you are making this thing up, and making it up for what? 47 days later, the particular figures at the hospitalization right now, it moved from 19 down to 9, is up to 16, and 14 of the 16 unvaccinated, 2 fully vaccinated, and yet you have to come and invite people to take advantage of the opportunity to protect yourselves, protect your lives, protect your livelihoods, and you have to go as if between Bill Gates and all the others that you're working with them. Meanwhile, lives are being lost. Some of them, yes, underlying conditions. Some of them, yes, 10 plus. Some of them, yes, they have other particular issues, but if COVID catches you leaning, it pushes you. It don't pull you back up on the floor. It pushes you down, Mr. Speaker. So I have chosen happiness because at the end of the day, you have to make choices. Do you forego an hour of fun? Well, I'm 62. June is the best month, 63 by June, and I am still promised a lot more. But I'd like to see them. There was one person who had said, well, if you did not get COVID yet, you have an appointment. Well, that's an appointment I'd rather not keep, so that we can then move. But we've chose happiness. We chose in spite of. And when the statement of facts come out every week, there are those who say, well, if you pound a nail, you want to sing a song. Well, the thing is that if we don't pound a nail, you sing the song. So let us do our job and you do yours, because we can't stop you from doing yours. Who's going to crow? Who's going to say it? With all of what we have done, in spite of the challenges that we face, we continue to look in terms of the redevelopment. We don't have the $400 million or 300 million pounds that was offered in loan guarantee, because it leads to another set of challenges that we would have to speak of come the other 50 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now. Do we trade that money for our particular? I heard the other member for the 3rd district say, well, nothing has changed. You're still reverent, you still do this, you still do that, and so forth. And if you take the money, your fight is even more. So we have to tread water. Tread water. It isn't that we can swim from here as yet, because we need the monies to build the school. We need the monies to build back the particular port of entry in West End. We need the monies to make sure that the hospital continue to grow. And we have a health services authority that are faced with challenges. The nurses, the medical professional persons down there. At one time, we were up to 120 persons that could not report to work. So we had to alter the schedules in Easton and in Longlook and in North Song. I had to call them and tell them, well, look, pull them from wherever you have to pull them from and get them open, because these are the areas in the East, largest population, and you can't have all 3 of them closed. You have to do something. So they say, well, Minister, we have the vaccines, we have the testings, we have the particular sites, we have 120 persons down. I said, okay, but 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, but 0 hours is not acceptable. And they rise to the occasion. And if persons don't see it open for the particular time, the honorable leader of opposition called me. He said, well, look, this is not about politics here. I know that you would never deliberately see it closed. We must work together. So I'm not going to, quote unquote, exploit that particular situation, because I'm aware of what is going on. So we will work together and making sure that whatever you need, you would be able to get this done. So this is the kind of spirit of cooperation of which we're talking, because this is a global situation. This is global. There's nothing on this that we have caused on ourselves. And I know I have 20 more minutes, but I wouldn't use all of it. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that each of the departments, for the workers, even in the ministry itself, people are laden down. There's not a department in government that hasn't been touched with the onslaught of this virus. Almost not a company, I've said it before, not a household that haven't been touched in one way or the other by this coronavirus. And it will continue. There are other strains that will come, other variants that will come, Mr. Speaker. And we have to continue to work together, to fight this together, to make sure that we get this done. But there are other important, because from in March 2020, I've said, when we do a good job in making sure that we don't have this mountain of deaths, mountain of hospitalization, we will be faced with the fact that when it's all over, when it's all done, people will still come to you and tell you that you did nothing. You didn't cut the bush, you didn't move the pan, you didn't plug a hole, you didn't fix the plan, you did not do all of these other stuff, and we have divested, we have moved away $70 million to fight this. And yet they will say, you did nothing. What did you do? I will choose happiness, Mr. Speaker, because if you think about all of this, you will not leave your house in the morning. And I have been elected to serve the people all the time. So I will continue to use my sister island and project visitation Fridays. I've asked the Premier to please don't schedule me for Fridays because I want to move around. I want to see the poultry farm in the east, and the honorable member for the 7th Minister for Agriculture. He can be pleased. He can shout it on the rooftop. Food security is important. Development of food is important, and here it is, because nobody is going to shout it for him. If he don't shout it, well, he's going to be in trouble, and he put me in trouble. He has a pantry program there that I think that every district should emulate because it's there. I give him some donations. I told him, well, make sure that the people know. I ain't seen it yet, but I'll have to go and crow on that one myself then. Honorable Member Shireen Flaxshaw, she got some donations together with some other people in Virgin Gorda, Mr. Nice Guy, and they have made a donation to the prison because they see a need, and the masks and the thermometers and so forth have been donated. She posted and I have shared it. Thank you very much. We are working together. The Honorable Premier, he is taking all kind of blows whenever people call for help. He's find ways in which he could seek to help, and when he helped, then between the COI and the, all of the other budget cops come, and then he get himself that he have to answer questions. The public officers are afraid to do their work unless it is checked, and checked again. But yes, you have to be accountable. You have to be transparent. You have to make sure that you have all of the measures of good governance in while you produce and you perform and you provide for the people of the Virgin Islands. That's what you're here for. Families are affected. My family, folks want to know, when do you sleep? My wife is asking the same question. When do you sleep? The Attorney General Chambers, they're up all late at night. I'm asking them at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, when am I going to get the order so I can sign it? They're working. Families are affected. The clerk, she's getting the last minute bill, and she has to rush it and bring it through to the house. My poor stenographer friend over here, her fingers, every now and again she look at the speaker and say, well, give me 5 minutes. When do you sleep? When Brother Cox say here that we're going to be here until 9 o'clock tonight, he said, not again. This is 2022. We're going through this again? When do you sleep? So, Mr. Speaker, all of this it's an all-in game. It's an all-in task. It's an all-in commitment to the cause. We have to do this so that we can then get this done. We have the best team for these times, right here, right now. And I'm saying, for 2022, we have to still, in spite of it all, we have to choose happiness. We have to choose to be happy. It doesn't come automatically. We have to choose it because there are so many reasons to be mad, to be sad, not to be glad. But we have to choose it as a matter of choice. And Mr. Speaker, I know you have chosen happiness in spite of all of the challenges you've faced and will face. And at the end of the day, when do you sleep? I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the few minutes, and I see the rest of my time.
I thank the territorial member for his contribution. Honorable members, it appears that other members are indicating to me they wish to speak. So if that's the case, we're going to have to take a break for lunch and return. So I don't know if those additional members wishing to speak will wish to surrender. If not, I'm not one to stop any member from speaking in this honorable chambers. But if that's the case that other members who have indicated to me, then we'll break for lunch, an hour, and then we'll come back and continue on the other business. So, unless we want to take a recess and find some consensus, I am guided. We have the Honorable Vincent Wheatley wishing to speak, and so I am so guided. So it's either they're going to speak or they're not going to speak, and we're going to recess for lunch. Honorable Premier, making an intervention? I'm not hearing you. Just one so far. The member for the 9th District. Okay, so there's the member for the 9th District wishing to speak. Is there anybody else? Okay, so we'll do the member for the 9th, then the Premier will wrap up, and then we'll adjourn the House. So I recognize the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, and member for the 9th District, the Honorable Vincent O. Wheatley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I too, as the first sitting for the year, I want to wish you and your family and all my colleagues in this honorable House and their colleagues and their families a very happy New Year and peace and blessings for this year. Mr. Speaker, this year started out kind of almost the way last year ended, with COVID doing its thing. We've had a series of deaths nonetheless, and I think I had about 3 in my district over the last few weeks. We had the 2 Huggins and of late Clarence Faulkner. May his soul rest in peace. A very good gentleman succumbed to death very early in the year. And the old folks used to always say that January is always known for a lot of deaths. I have never really taken the time to see if it's actually true. But they say New Year's is a time when you usually have sadness in January. So we'll see how that plays out. Hopefully they are wrong with this one. Mr. Speaker, too, like my at-large colleague did, I too want to recognize and say a big public happy birthday, happy 100, to Miss Othelia Stevens. Miss Othelia is somebody I've known all my life. I pretty much grew up in her yard as a little child. I mean, around 3-4 years, so I've known her a very long time. A model citizen, very firm, very, very firm, but incredibly nice, a model citizen. Just because I'm mentioning her name because she's the last of a particular generation. And this goes back many, many years when the Valley and Eastern had a very strong connection, because she is originally from East End. So the 8th and the 9th Honorable Penn, we go way back. It didn't just start now, having great relationships. And she was one of, I think, around 5 persons around that time who came from mainly East and also from Roetown. It was her. She married Mr. Conrad Stevens, which was Miss Ilva, I think she was Thomas before, but she married Mr. Walters, Edgar Walters. Then we had, I think her name was Miss Dina. She married Gerald Walters. All those three for sure I knew came from East End. And then we had Miss Flax, Ida Flax. I think she was from Rotown. She married Mr. Melvin Flax. And the popular nurse Iris O'Neill, I think she was also from Rotown. And she married Alan O'Neill. But of all those ladies there who made that trek to find real good gentlemen, she's the last of them. And I think she's the only one to have made this significant milestone of 100 years. And I'm really pleased to see the family. You really rally around her and really support her. Memory is still good, aches and pains in her knees, but can still chat up, still remembers persons by their names at 100. Mr. Speaker, I see you struggle a lot of times with the members in here, and you're a young man. At her age, she still remembers people. It's always a pleasure sitting and chatting with her, just to test her memory. Never fail a test. Little ceremony, virtual ceremony, Minister of Health this afternoon for her, in keeping with your COVID protocols. Mr. Speaker, there are also other historical connections, but I wouldn't really get into those at this point in time, like between North Sound and West End, Enegada and Salt Island, and East End and South Island, and so forth. They all have some very interesting historical connections that are worth researching, but that's for another time. Mr. Speaker, this year, we've had a very challenging 3 years, and we've managed to, I would say, almost come to grips with COVID now. We kind of started to come to grips. The little spikes continue to shake us up. That's a little reminder. But for the most part, I think the world is moving on. And I have said it before, there'll be no pre-911 travel, and there'll be no pre-COVID walk and travel. The whole world is in a transition. It's a very serious transition. It's one equivalent to going from horse and buggy into automobiles. It's equivalent to going from landlines to cell phones. Only a few will stick to the old thing because of nostalgia. So trying to fight this transition that we're in now with COVID, I think is a futile attempt. And I'm happy to see those companies who are accepting that this is the reality now and are seeking ways and means to function in a post-COVID era. That means bringing more things online, bringing more things into the modern way of doing things. And Mr. Speaker, that's why I was so pleased today to see from the speech from the throne, the education bill, the scholarship bill, because if you're going to function properly in a COVID era, it calls for a re-education of the next generation. So when we're modernizing education, it's a serious step in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, I really enjoyed the speech from the throne. The member for the third said it's very ambitious, and it probably is. But I grew up hearing, aim for the moon, or aim for the stars, and if you miss, you may hit the top of the moon or something like that. So you have to aim high, and if you miss that height, you still fall in an exceptional place. And that's where we want to be in this transition. Mr. Speaker, I didn't get a chance to see how many persons tuned into the speech on the throne, but it's something I try to monitor a lot. Because I realize, Mr. Speaker, we come to this honorable house here to talk to the people about our plans and discuss various things affecting the lives of the community and sometimes the world. But a lot of persons don't tune in. The Minister for Health shares, whenever that link comes up, he shares it. I also share it with persons because I know a lot of younger persons are tuning in. So I always try my best to make sure I share to some of the teachers that the young persons can get an interest in what happens in this honorable house. It's very, very important that everybody in the public, when we are in this honorable house here, should almost either put it in your background or stop what you're doing and listen. Because then the day afterwards, a person call you, what you are discussing in the house, and you have to stop, and you may get this 10 and 15 times. And I'm saying, why don't you tune in when it's live and hear for yourself what's going on? Mr. Speaker, I go to church every Sunday, sometimes more than one church. And it's always nice to hear old person say, I just hear you on this radio. I hear every single thing you say. In various persons, whenever they meet you, older persons like Miss Iris Harrigan, who's now around 97, I think. She's been 97 years. One of our senior GEMS Minister for Health. People like Rocky Smith, Gracia Stevens, Steve Leonard, all these persons always tune in. And I wish more persons would follow this example. And whenever you hear House of Assembly speech on the throne, make sure you tune in. Because here's where we are discussing the people's business. And it's important that you get it firsthand. Don't worry a second, because the news will pick out what is glamorous and what's sensational and create all sorts of stories. It's always best for you to get it for yourself. Mr. Speaker, one of my guiding principles for this year has to do with the impacting young persons. We do a lot of things in this house, Mr. Speaker, but I think sometimes the target that we need to get to, I think we are missing them sometimes. Mr. Speaker, I had a very, I'll call it, enlightening conversation with Raoul Sproul, everybody know him as Jugu. I happened to run into him one day on Anegada, actually. And we just end up in this conversation. And I said to Jugu, I said, you're a young man, and you were very focused and so forth. Give me some insight into how we could engage and grapple and help our young people. Because we are here in this honorable house, some longer than others, and we all hope to leave it better. And we leave it better for the other generation. We come in here and we say it. We're doing this for children yet unborn. And it sounds so good, but what were them who born already? And I hear now struggling. But what are we doing for them? So I think we have to, at some point in time, get a serious focus on our young persons. So we have this conversation, Mr. Sprov and I. And he said to me, I've probably shared it once or twice before. He said, if you're ever going to reach these young persons, and if you're ever going to impact them, one of the things you have to get them to do is to invest in themselves. Convince them of the need to invest in themselves. Now, the man for a talk about the place being the same all the time, year after year, blah, 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 blah. But if you don't see an internal need for improvement, then nobody really can help you. There are people say you could take the horse to the water, but you can't make it drink. So we must convince our people of the need to invest in themselves. What does that mean, invest in yourself? Well, in the age of social media and YouTube, almost anything you want to launch, you get a good start right there on YouTube. But you have to want to see yourself in a different place to where you are right now. The Speaker, I was talking to the manager for a resort some time ago. And I was talking about his employees and so forth. And he said something to me that really disturbed me. And he was talking about some of the employees not wanting to get vaccinated and they rather stay home and all sorts of things about his employees. And he said to me, I wonder if they realize how little money they're making now compared to post-Irma. I said, but that was last year. I said, that was four years ago. He said, yes, the money they're making now is a lot less now in 2021 than they made, let's say, in 2016 or the early part of 2017. He said, yet they seem very comfortable. Mr. Speaker, I find it very, very disturbing. Because I know for a fact that human nature is of such that a human being can get used to any condition, no matter what it is. The human resilience let us get used to any condition, and sometimes you get comfortable in a bad place. Mr. Speaker, that's where I'm concerned. When you're comfortable in a bad place, you used to make money and you could pay all your bills, and you were happy, you were trying to do more and do this and do that. Hurricanes came and they bend you. COVID came and they break you and drop you down, and you stop fighting. You got used to not being in a good place. You got used to not being able to pay your bills. You got used to asking somebody to always help me this month, and can you do this? Can you do that? And Mr. Speaker, it seems to be kind of widespread to it. A lot of persons are not seeing the need or to realize that they are not where they should be. But they've gotten comfortable, Mr. Speaker, in their current situation. Mr. Speaker, we as leaders in this House must make sure that we inspire our people to better. Where you are, if you're not comfortable, if it's not the way you're supposed to be, you shouldn't be comfortable. If your job, the job you have, is not paying you what you think you're worth, improve your education, upskill yourself, move to a better job. You shouldn't feel complacent in a situation that you yourself are personally not comfortable with. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask all the members here to make sure that when we speak as Honorable House, we speak hope into our people's lives. Every single one, from the children in school to the adults struggling, those working 3 and 4 jobs just to pay bills, or those who just stop working altogether because you can ask the minister for a little dollar now and again. Gotten comfortable, Mr. Speaker, in a bad place. And I'm telling everyone, as we start this new year in January, make it your goal to improve yourself. I'm not saying by how much, because the amount isn't important. In this case, it's the direction of your life. Some may creep, some may step, some may jump. But make sure you get yourself in this 2022, the year of transition. We're going into a whole different paradigm shift right now. Don't fight it. It's too big for you to fight. You fight in the very universe. It's too big. Get to the program. Invest in yourselves. Go on into whatever it is, whatever your passion is, whatever your skills are that you need to either improve your skill or learn new skills, make yourself more marketable. 2022 is that time for that. The only way we can help you is if you are willing to accept the help. And we are all committed here to working for our people. That's why we're here. We're not here for our own benefit. We're here primarily for the people of this country. That they could say, I could see a government really working for us. They're reaching out to make our lives a little better. A challenging time all over the world. You see it all over the world. Countries closing down, businesses closing down. Biden up there fighting COVID and the variants and this and that. We have to learn to live and work with COVID, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with those few words there, I will take my seat, because you really are looking a bit hungry. So I will take my seat, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for the 9th District. The member for the 4th, are you indicating you wish to speak? Okay, put on your mic. I recognize the Honourable Mark Vanterpool for point of information.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I didn't really want, I'm not going to speak on other business, but I want to speak on a point of information, because throughout the discourse, I heard a number of members speak about the speech from the throne. And I want to, for a point of information and for education, that the speech from the throne is not the governor's speech. It's not the governor's agenda for the territory. It's the premier's agenda for the territory that is being presented. And through tradition, it is normally presented by the monarchy or representative of the monarchy. In the United Kingdom, the Prime Minister's agenda for the country, he writes it, or his staff, and Her Majesty presents it. So I just want to make sure we don't give that wrong connotation to the public, that it's what the governor wants for the country. It is what the government of the day wants for the country. It's the agenda of the premier and his government. I personally don't believe that this tradition should be maintained. I wish that it wasn't the case, and I would say that publicly. I heard the governor said it's a tradition throughout Commonwealth and the parliamentary and the Commonwealth countries. I really think it's a tradition that needs to be continued. And if the United Kingdom wants to continue it as a United Kingdom, fine. But I believe that that tradition should not continue in territories or wherever. The premier of the country, the leader of the government, needs to present his agenda for the country. But be that as it may, I just wanted to make sure from a point of information that, and I heard it from about 3 speakers, it's not what the governor wants. It is what the leader of government business is presenting as his agenda for the territory. Thank you.
I thank the member for the fourth. I thank the member for the 4th District for his intervention. And finally, I call on the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance and member for the 1st District, the Honorable Andrew A. Foy, to wrap up. Yes. Within 30 minutes.
I was just asking if you're sure that it was, I could speak. Mr. Speaker, definitely I don't need 30 minutes. I want to just rise to thank all my colleagues, especially during the holiday season, from all the ministers. When I say so, I mean all of us, because we're ministers of our districts and our people overall, but all 13 of us for coming together in one accord to bring to life something by putting away political barriers with the Christmas cultural fiesta and extravaganza in East District. I was able to speak to all district representatives and even the at-large with the cleanup and also with the making sure that we entice people to come and try our cuisines. And I must say that when I called the leader of opposition on it, he was very supportive. And Honorable Member for the 3rd said that he thought it was a crazy idea, but when he got going, he realized it was a good idea. But I get so many calls from persons telling me that it was good that it happened because it helped them and their family in a lot of ways. And because people are hurting from Irma to now, in adding on COVID, definitely has not helped in this. For us, we even have more to deal with than the rest of the world because we had Irma Maria, then we had, before that we had the floods, then Irma, then Maria, and then the whole worldwide pandemic of COVID-19. But one thing I like about being a Virgin Islander is that we have a spirit of perseverance. And sometimes when you wake up and you see some of the comments in different mediums, whether it be social media or other ways, it seems to me that sometimes some people just wake up not thankful, but trying to see what next I can complain about. Don't get me wrong, constructive criticism is needed. But you have to choose to be happy in life. You have to choose to say, well, all right, with all the trials and tribulations of life, I'm going to make the best of it. And I have one motto that I've given to my children, my wife, my family, to my elected members and myself, and I honestly am using it and sticking to it. Despite the trials and tribulations, this year is either one or two things could happen. It's either you're going to make sure that you get results, or you're going to be settled and satisfied with excuses. You can't have both. It's either going to be results or excuses. I'm choosing results. And I'm choosing to be happy while getting the results. Sometimes when I say things as Premier, they say, oh, once he speaks, he's trying to make you feel happy. I don't speak to make people feel happy. I speak because my natural nature, especially as I get older, is to recognize that somebody like me who has been shot and given a second chance in life, understand the need to always speak hope in every situation where anyone sees or feels a sense of hopelessness. It's very important to me as an individual, not as a premier only, but as an individual. So when people see the economy going down, I don't see that. I see a challenge for us to get it turned around. When people saw that the economy was going and marine businesses were going, and remember we were told they're eating our lunch and it's gone forever, I said, no, stick to our plan, and when we reopen, we will see it start to blossom. And I'm thankful for how it has blossomed, and we have plenty more to do. But today is not a day for all of that. I just want to tell the people of the Virgin Islands, if you want to see how productive your 24 hours is, get a pen and paper and watch each hour of your life, recap it to the end of the day, and see how many hours you use complaining, see how many hours you use being not productive, and match it to how many hours you have been productive. This has nothing to do with your political affiliation. Just as a person, Honorable Vanderpool, you didn't get where you are complaining. You get where you are walking. And what I'm seeing is that outside of the political hemisphere, overall, we seem to have some persons want to push this country towards just the complaining path and just the non-productive path. And I challenge persons, and I even challenge myself in my group, for every ounce of your life, for every moment of your existence, for every problems that we have, we're not going to use a whole meeting just to discuss the problems. The same amount of time that we use to discuss the problems, we have to use that same amount of time in terms of the volume of time discussing the solutions and also making sure that we look at some of the successes. If not, we will continue to raise our stress level to heights that we have never seen, and more people will have high blood pressure, and there will seem to be no way out. And I liken it onto what we have known as people of Virgin Islands. I've never seen no one in the Virgin Islands build a home and had all the money. They start and they keep adding on here, and even if they stop, they come back in. And when you're finished with it, that's why those come among us, look up in the hills, and they say, my God, look at that house. You had to be running drugs. But it isn't that you're running drugs. It isn't that you're doing anything illegal as people of the Virgin Islands. The majority of us know. It is that we believe in keep pushing forward, because success is in our DNA as a people of the Virgin Islands. And what we have seen, as I have seen lately, is I'm amazed by the number of centenarians that we've seen over the last few years in the Virgin Islands. You know, sadly we had the death of Miss Beamish, but I had the pleasure of visiting her when she made 100 years, and also with my teammates. And Honorable Vanderpool came with us. And then after that, the governor came and we celebrated her 100 years. And her funeral was just here the other day. We wanted to thank her for all that she has done, especially with the building up of public works. People don't know her role as a secretary and a lot of things in the public works. I read up on people's history so that when I speak, I could speak from knowledge and making sure that she put structures in place there to get public works going in on a better footing than what all she did. So we want to celebrate her. We've seen some other centenarians lately that have come to light. We have Ophelia Stevens. I think Honorable Flex Charles and Honorable Vincent Whitley mentioned her, but I want to also celebrate her for 100 years. I want to say 100 years, not 100 days. That's a lot of morning. 100 years. I don't know if it's sinking. To me, anybody who makes 100 years should automatically be given a degree higher than a doctorate. Because that's a lot of experience, a lot of wisdom, a lot of knowledge. You know, it's just amazing. So I want to celebrate her today for 100 years, and we see Miss Betty Yates. I saw the deputy governor and the governor also celebrated her, and I myself have to still go over and sit with her for a little while. We want to celebrate her too, 100 years. And we had an opportunity, the deputy premier and myself, to go to St. Thomas to visit Miss Olivia Donovan Cathy. 100 years. And when we went to St. Thomas to visit Miss Cathy, she actually cooked saltfish for us. And I was amazed. And then we just went to visit her, to give her little flowers, wish her well. We ended up doing a full church service. As a matter of fact, most of us had to just come along because she was singing the verses, so we only had another chorus for some of those Sankey hymns. 100 years, and she remembered the verses, the words at 100 years. And she made me laugh. She said she remembered my grandfather, and she remembered coming over to West End and getting certain provisions over there, and then going back over to Carrot Bay. And she said when we were doing the saltfish, the deputy premier, remember, she said this is why she liked to cook our saltfish, because some people that buy saltfish and you chew all day, when you're done, you still can't get it swallowed, you gotta spit it out. And I said, man, oh man, she was talking about me because I did some saltfish not too long ago. No matter how I chew, I couldn't swallow it. I didn't went back to cooking saltfish again. But But when we tasted her saltfish, it was like you were cutting butter. The thing was just smoothly going down. But it's to know at 100 years she cooking saltfish and up and around, and she gave us all the stories of old from Carrot Bay and what used to happen in West End and what used to happen in the country. With 100 years, I mean, that's just amazing. And I just celebrate these persons who continue to thank God for the longevity of their life, you know. And I ask us to continue to cherish time as we move on as a people. And I said something in this house already, and I'd like to say it again, because I want to encourage the people of the Virgin Islands in 2022. Some persons are waiting for COVID-19 to go. Some persons are waiting for this to happen and for this to change. But unless you change, your happiness will never come. Because the truth of the matter is, in case you didn't know it, let me give you the memo. Once you're living, you're going to have challenges. But as Pastor Charles said on Sunday, Christ will always be in your crisis. So I just want to encourage us to always look for the brighter side and continue to push forward, because we are our own saviors. God already put it in us to make sure that we bring out the greatness in us, because it's already in us. And I want to encourage persons, because some persons tell me all different things. I work in the public service. I think we are one of the best public service that I've ever seen. And sometimes some of them tell me, if I get 10 more people, I'll be able to do this. I say, I've heard that for 22 years. Some of them tell me, well, we need to just pay me some more money and then I'll produce. I heard that for 22 years. I'm not saying that some of it is not justified. What I'm telling all people is that productivity comes from each of us, because a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. So each of us have the mindset that whatever is given to me, I'm going to grow where I'm planted and give great fruits. I challenge the people of the Virgin Islands to get a positive mindset even in the middle of your crisis. Because the joy of life is life itself. I lost a good friend not too long ago. We were in primary school, Mr. Frandy Martin. A lot of us know it. Up to now, I can't believe Frandy gone. Over the holidays, I actually played back a voice note that he sent me not too long before he died. And every time I played over, tears came in my eye, because I said, look how quick you could leave this earth. The question is, while we're here, what it is are we going to do to make sure that persons will say, it's a good thing that Natalia Whitney was here. It's a good thing that Mark Vanterpool was here. It's a good thing that Marlon Penn was here. It's a good thing that Shireen Flax-Charles was here. It's a good thing that Sherry DeCastro was here. It's a good thing that Neville Smith was here. It's a good thing that Phyllis Evans was here. A good thing. What it is? Have we found it yet? That's why I believe in taking on certain things that some persons tell me don't make sense. When we saw our old legislators out there suffering, and when we passed the legislation and here some persons take it to mean that I was doing it for myself. Imagine people that led your country was out there making less in a pension, less than $800, some of them, and give years of service. So when we're talking about what will change in 22 years, our mindset towards each other, not just legislators, but to other persons. In the speech for the throne, there's something there where I found out in doing that exercise where when persons get their pension and it goes on to their spouse and they die. So if anybody was married for 25 years, and the 25 years and they die, their pension goes to, if it's a man, goes to the wife. But once the wife, after living those fruitful years, decides to get married, the pension is gone. I found that out while doing the exercise. And then the more I sleep, the more Lord tell me, no, you have to change that. As long as they were happily married and legally married, whatever stress that person experienced, that especially the females, and I saw some females that we couldn't help with this initiative because after a series of years, they ended up remarrying and they lost the pension. That's not right for any female. especially in cases where they lost their husband with plenty of children while they were younger, and they probably remarried after 5, 6 years. Until they die, they should receive it. And those are some of the things in the legislative agenda. And may I add that I must congratulate the governor for how well he has delivered the speech from the throne in Honorable Vanderpool's correct, is the government's agenda, ambitious as it is. But last year we were told that it was too ambitious. And may I inform this Honorable House that we passed 43 pieces of legislation, with 13 sittings that went quite a while, where persons were telling me, you're in the House all the time, what are you doing? But what have we done? We have passed legislation that will help gaming and betting, and we're trying to get all the boards in place. The Trade Commission with just the Business Act left to be done. We have passed all the e-government suite of legislation. We passed many good governance legislation that for years persons were afraid to touch, like the integrity in public life, the ministerial code, the contractor general legislation. Now we're going to work on the freedom of information. We're going to be working on the Human Rights Commission. We're going to be working on certain other areas to further strengthen good governance. And may I tell the people of the Virgin Islands and not asking us to do this. If our people chooses to go, in the direction of independence, that's the people of the Virgin Islands' choice. But our job as leaders is to prepare the people for whatever direction they want to go in. And how do we prepare our people? We also prepare our institutions, so that if we ever decide to graduate into other levels, that we know that we have institutions that can ensure good governance. And there will be no rogue government, no rogue elected official that can stand in this house and get away with it because the country may have gone independent and they're the king of all I survey. It will not happen. It is our duty to put these systems in place and further strengthen them from now. So whatever decision we make, we know that we have institutions that will protect ourselves and help us to police each other. I believe in strengthening the Public Accounts Committee, and we will be doing that this year, because the strength of the Public Accounts Committee yields even better government. I also believe that the leader of the opposition should have certain other privileges, and we're going to do it this year. We tried, but COVID came on, whether it be their own vehicle, whether this one wanted or not, their own security, whether they wanted or not, in many other offices in different areas, because we have to strengthen institutions. The issue that I have sometimes as Premier is that I didn't come here to mix and mingle with persons just to be known as a Premier of the Virgin Islands. I came here with my team to get some things done on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands so God's will can be done. If you notice in the speech from the throne, we also inserted about new laws to be done and also amended in financial services to address our insurance companies and our banks in terms of helping our people, especially when it's catastrophic events, even when it's dealing with a pandemic. Why? The member for the third said it correct. Our banks have done a good job. It's nothing to knock on them, but then the moratorium sees to the end, all of that interest has to be paid. We cannot have that the only institution that doesn't suffer a loss during a pandemic is the banks. Some other way we have to find a middle ground for our financial institutions and our people to help them. Because right now, and it's not just in the BVI, it's worldwide, but we can do something here. Insurance payments are gone through the roof. The interest at the end of the moratorium have people in limbo. And we have, as a government, have to address those areas. I've had good discussions with our banks, and we have some schedule coming up within the next 2 weeks, discussing some of these areas, including the deposit insurance and how do we move forward. So there's a lot of work happening behind the scenes to help the people of the Virgin Islands, to help here to be a better place to live. Mr. Speaker, would there be more time for that? I want to say today, happy birthday to someone special to me, Mr. Elmo Stout. I heard today is his birthday. I didn't get to call him as yet, but he's one of the best bosses that I've ever worked for in my life. And he is one of our cultural icons. People ask me if I could name some of my role models, I tell them my mom, my dad, and I cannot forget Mr. Elmo Stout. Can as much as you can while you can. So Stouty, what you say? I say happy birthday. God's blessings to a man that our high school is named after, and God's blessings to him, and I want him to know that the school definitely will look great. I know that there's those who have come out and tell us about not wasting the space. I agree, the way it's designed, it will allow for many things to be done, and there's a junior school that's already was being designed by the RDA. The minister will give you more about that Wednesday. I don't want to steal his thunder. So we definitely have been mindful with these designs, but it's time for our students to come home. It's time for our students to move from where they are and come home. It's also going to be a savings for government because we recognize that where they are in Passear, it has been good for the time being, but you know, it's almost $60,000 a month, and we now have to come home and be a savings that we could put into other areas. But I'm not mocking that it was done, because at that time something had to be done. But it's time to come home. And we're not doing this as any election project. The records would show that from the time we came, we were trying to get that done. COVID hit. But I'm telling the people of the Virgin Islands that that school will be built. We're going to get that money. We have it budgeted for. We have other persons who said that they're going to come forward with some monies. The Elmo South High School building will be built. Buildings. And our students will move from where they are over. I want to put everyone on notice who are popping up trying to create some delays in the project. Please, please, let's not play politics with this one. We will not delay that project. When you're in buildings that were not created for schools, and they have to deal with moles and the teachers and the children, and we find a way to now deal with it in the most credible and transparent way. As we work with the RDA to get this done, we must get it done. And some things are going to get done that when it's all said and done, the people have their choice. But we know that some schools are going to be built. We know the Jocelyn High School will be built. We know that Elmo Stout High School will be built. The budget could say certain things which it has. But one thing I know, that where there's a will, there's a way. I just want to say to all the families who have lost loved ones our deepest sympathy. COVID-19 is real. I myself tested positive, after I think it was the 23rd or 24th, and I had to spend 10 days in quarantine. And I can tell you, I had to laugh because sometimes when you get COVID, even your family stays arm's length to you because they want to make sure they don't get COVID too. So, I have never seen more deep, that spray name, deep get spray, anywhere where they thought that I had even were going or could have gone or went. I don't know how the light switch home by me and catch a fire with how much deep get spray on it. So I took a little laugh about it because I said, well, they mean well, but I said, well, I know how a leopard does feel sometimes because everybody was staying arm's length to protect themselves, of course, but I just smile about it because, they made sure that I stayed in that room and you didn't come out. The food came by the door and I got a WhatsApp, pick it up. And I know I'm not the only one in this territory who would understand what I'm saying, who had COVID. But I recognize, it takes a toll. And we have to sit down more with labor, and even if we have to change some laws, because it's some serious points that have to come out. Now, speaking with that large member, Tax Charles, and she brought up a point to me, thank you, and also the Minister of Labor and the Minister of Transport brought a point to me lately, and it was saying, well, if you catch COVID more than once and you have to come off a walk, who pays you? How is that dealt with? So these are real issues now we have to deal with, because persons need their monies, and you can't blame them for for catching COVID, because this Omicron seems like you just catch it even you just walk somewhere where somebody went past hours ago if you don't have on the mask. So I just want to thank everybody for everyone for your cooperation in this house. And I know that we're going to do it in a respectful manner, because that's the only way we are as Virgin Islanders. Thank all the public officers for what they have done. And Mr. Speaker, I don't want to dictate for the House, but given the challenges of the COVID-19 and how much people have died, I ask the House, humbly, whoever wants to participate in it, and I end with this, if we could just stand with a moment of silence to remember all those who died from COVID-19, especially Ms. Evans, who was one of our staff at the House of Assembly at one time, very good friend of all of us, and move on to telephone service management, and she passed not too long ago. So could we just stand in a moment of silence, and after that, Mr. Speaker, I'll take my seat. Thank you, amen. May the souls rest in peace. I thank everyone.
Thank you. I thank the Honorable Premier for his wrap-up and his contribution. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 10, adjournment.
I call upon the Premier.
Adjourn the House signing night.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
The motion has been moved and seconded that this Honorable House adjourn sine die. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This Honorable House now adjourn sine die.